If Councillors Matlow and Bradford are in the building, could they please come to Committee Room 1? Good morning. I'm Councillor Gord Perks, and I'm the chair of the Planning Housing Committee. We have quorum. I am calling meeting 29 to order.
Okay, so then make sure right there. Okay, I've been practicing.
Welcome, everyone. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall in Committee Room 1. This meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com, Toronto City Council Live. Although we may be in different locations today, the Planning and Housing Committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nation, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. If you are registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order they appear on the speakers list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Planning and Housing Committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. If you are present in the room and wish to register for an item, please come up to the glass partition located on my right-hand side, and a member of the clerk's staff will come to you. The city clerk has provided all agenda materials on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the clerk's meeting portal. City clerk's IT staff are available to members if you need help with your devices. I also want to remind you to please submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at phc@toronto.ca to help with motions. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you do have an interest, please indicate the item number and the nature of your interest. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Chair Perks. I'd like to declare interest on PH 29.6, which is 105-109 Vanderhoof Avenue and 10 Brentcliffe Road, OPA. Appeal report. The nature of my interest is my spouse is a planner on the file.
Thank you, and you'll
submit
the document to the clerk.
Yeah. Thanks.
Okay. I understand that there are, I don't believe there are any new business items. No. No new business items. Thank you, members. I appreciate that. Yeah. Okay. Can I have a motion to confirm the minutes from our meeting of February 26, 2026? Councillor Matlow. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Okay, let's do the agenda rundown. I think we have deputants on most things. Item 1 has deputants, item 2, item 3, item 4, item 5, item 6. PH 29.7, 108 through 162 Vine Avenue, official plan amendment application appeal report. I'll move that. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I thought it was the one you
Okay.
Ignore me.
Yeah. Item PH 29.8, 110 West Toronto Street, official plan amendment application appeal report. Councillor Nunziata?
Yes, I'll move the recommendation.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item PH 29.9, 2700 Dufferin Street, official plan amendment application appeal report. I'll move that. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item PH 2910, 817 Mount Pleasant Avenue, Mount Pleasant Road. Notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. I'll move that. All those in favor, opposed, carried. I keep forgetting. Do I have to move the president? Yeah. Okay. We have deputations on item 11. Okay. Members, Councillor Chernos Lynn was hoping to get an item moved up because she has commitments this afternoon. She wanted it between 10 and 11:30. So I'm going to propose that we do items 1 and 2 and then return to her item. Is that okay? Yeah? All right, we'll do that. All right, so PH 29.1, 601, 625, and 673 Lakeshore Boulevard East, 185 Villiers Street and 300 Commissioner Street, city-initiated meanwhile use enabling policy and zoning and update on McCleary District planning work. We have a deputant, Aaron Ginsberg. Hi, Aaron, welcome. You'll have 5 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the time. I'm here to talk about the redheaded stepchild of the Portlands, the McCleary District. We don't get a lot of reports on it. It is just for councillors that aren't Councillor Fletcher. It is sort of between Oakwood in the east and East Harbour in the north. It's the connective tissue between those two. It's also going to be a neighborhood in Sunrise. This report is mostly about the inter-abuses. I'll talk about that briefly, but it's also about an update on the planning and all of the infrastructure work that needs to be completed to get us to an RFP to actually develop these blocks, these public lands on McCleary. There are private lands as well, but there is public land on McCleary that can be developed where we can secure affordable housing, where we can secure more public good. So it's important that this project moves forward as quickly as possible. We're scouring the city for inches of parking lot. This is acres and acres of public land that can be developed once the infrastructure is in place. So it's very important that we keep our eye on the ball here. And the challenge I have with this report is that there's a lot of discussion about the interim uses, there's some discussion about the work that needs to be done, but there's no clear goal here. There's no endpoint of, hey, we think we can have shovels in the ground in 2030 or 2031. And that's realistic. It's probably going to be 5 years before you can get shovels in the ground, and I recognize that. But there is a lot of work that needs to be done from a lot of different agencies, Toronto Hydro, Toronto Water, Transportation. All of this stuff needs to be done, and there's no real clear vision here on the McCleary specific infrastructure that needs to be done. There's a master plan for the Portlands that includes everything, but McCleary specifically, we don't have a clear list of the things that we need to in order to start building, and we don't have a date when that is supposed to be done. I'm disappointed to see the timeline that is proposed for the planning reports to come back. That's late 2028, early 2029. We've known this district has existed for a number of years now. Preliminary works, there was a version of a plan that went to the design review panel, I think, a year and a half ago. So I'm not sure what the delay is till 2028 to get the planning done. It seems a little excessive. All the other stuff, it would be a shame if the planning work was what held it up. Speaking of the planning work, there's a really important feature of the McCleary district. It also extends up into East Harbour, and that is the Broadview extension. Councillor Fletcher is very well aware of this. A couple years ago, when the deal with Catholic Fairview and the Teachers Pension Fund was being negotiated, there was provision on the East Harbour part of the Broadview extension to put in provision for eventually streetcar tracks to connect what will be the waterfront East LRT up to East Harbour Transit Hub, which is a very good thing. We need to make sure that provision is in the McCleary District Plan as well. We know from what the industry has said about Oakwood and Nissing, it is very important that there are streetcars in these new districts to enable them to not build massive underground parking lots here. If we want to have transit-oriented communities, we need to have transit in these communities. And with the funding announcement last week, the week before, on the Waterfront East LRT, which is fantastic, it now becomes possible to dream on building the Broadview extension correctly the first time with streetcar tracks in place, not having to tear it up 5 years later to put the tracks in. Let the agreement as struck by the mayor, and I congratulate her on her, all the cost overruns belong to you. That's a bad thing in some ways, but it's a good thing in that if you want to expand the scope, it's about 1.5 kilometers, 1.75 kilometers of extra track to get from where it's supposed to terminate right now in Oakwood and Nissing up to East Harbour. Half of that is the new Broadview Street that you haven't built yet, Broadview Avenue that you haven't built yet. So why build Broadview with a bus lane and then a few years later tear that bus lane out, disrupt businesses that aren't there right now? Nobody's living there, nobody's working there. It's the easiest time to put in streetcar tracks right now. So I want to make sure as we go forward and we get in 2028, the planning for McCleary, that the streetcar is being built now and not 5 years from now, 10 years from now, when we realize we need the tracks. So those are my comments. And the other thing I will highlight very briefly, the last paragraph of this report highlights that the province and Catholic Fairview, the pension fund, are responsible for what looks like a dike in the Portlands for flood protection that affects McCleary. The city should be at the table to make sure that that gets done on time.
Thank you,
I'm right
Aaron.
at 5 minutes. Thank you.
Right on time. Are there any questions for the deputant? No? Seeing none? Thank you. That's all the deputants I have on the item. Are there any questions of staff? No? Does anyone wish to speak to the item? No? Okay. I'll move the item. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. We'll go to item 2, Little Jamaica and Oakwood Vaughan Planning Framework Proposals Report. I have some deputants on that one. Anyika Mark. Good morning. You have 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Okay. I don't need to press a button. Okay, perfect. Okay. Hi, hello, my name is Anyika Mark, and I'm the Managing Director of the Little Jamaica Community Land Trust, LJCLT. LJCLT is a Black-led, serving, and focused community land trust with the mandate to ensure that Afro-Caribbean culture, The Afro-Caribbean cultural legacy of Little Jamaica remains in place throughout accelerated development, and that the people that make this community home are not displaced in the process. Through our work, we are committed to stewarding community assets and resources that allow for the self-determination and the creation of thriving Black communities. Before I start with my remarks, I want to commend all the community members who sent letters, communications, emails, and are here to debut on today's motion. Special thanks, or special shout out to my friends Junior Lewis, the son of Monica and George Lewis, who are the first Black property owners on Eglinton, and Marcus Pereira, the founder of Reclaim, Rebuild Egg West, a community leader and resident who has been organizing to empower members in the neighborhood through GoFundMes, donation drives, and tenant relief funds. This is a testament that although the cultural integrity and displacement of constituents is very real, the community members are keeping up, staying involved, and are going to do what it takes to hold the city accountable to the promises it made Little Jamaica. The Eglinton West, Oakwood, Vaughan, also known as Little Jamaica, has been a cultural and economic anchor for Toronto's Black community since the 1960s. For over 10 years, Black residents, Black business owners, Black-led nonprofit organizations, cultural leaders, and thousands of people across the GTA have shared their concerns and vocalized the need for critical municipal and provincial intervention to immediately stop the displacement and create avenues for financial compensation and authentic cooperation with community governance models. We want to commend city staff and our local city councilors for their continued commitment to driving policy change forward in Eglinton West and Oakwood Vaughan, also known as Little Jamaica. We want to acknowledge that we understand that this is a draft proposal and that the city staff will be undertaking further community consultation to perfect the final planning framework. I'm here today because I'm concerned with the vagueness of Afro-Caribbean people's contributions to the study area, and that the language is reminiscent of the Eglinton Connects planning framework, which completely erased the enduring Afro-Caribbean legacy, normalizing our nuanced experience of displacement. This draft proposal makes no mention of the shortcomings of that initial planning framework, while also not making any mention of the displacement and harm already caused during transit and residential development within Little Jamaica. Additionally, there is no mention of anti-Black racism and how this correlates with the current state of Little Jamaica within the equity statement, and there's no background section to articulate the neighborhood's vibrant and culturally significant history. As a result, we are concerned that the draft framework does not demonstrate a culturally responsive or applied understanding of Afro-Caribbean ways of life and the values identified for the plan. In comparison, our peers and friends in Chinatown recently passed the Chinatown Tomorrow Planning Initiative. Wait, do I have 3 minutes or 5? Okay, perfect, sorry. Recently passed the Chinatown Tomorrow Planning Initiative. The following language and phrasing is what we in Little Jamaica intend to use as reference for all future policy-making discussions related to the Little Jamaica study area. They begin first with, what is a Chinatown? Chinatown is a meeting place. Chinatown is a refuge for all. Chinatown is a home for Chinese Canadian identity. At this time, I want to share the communication sent to the committee by my colleague and friend, Jamira Lovemore Nelson, who wrote a beautiful expert about her relationship with Little Jamaica that she wrote with her mother. I write this today as a concerned Toronto resident and Little Jamaica community member. Back in the 80s, my mother lived near Cedarville Park on Dunham Road. When I was a baby, she moved 4 hours north where she could afford to buy a home, send me to daycare, and walk to work in 30 minutes. She was not the first in my family to make this calculus. This vibrant Caribbean enclave that my parents recalled with joy was already failing its residents, lacking affordable housing, childcare, and community supports. Displacement was not accidental. It was predictable, result of decades of structural disinvestment in a predominantly Black neighborhood. Even still, they always brought me back. I spent hot summers on Eglinton eating bone and roti and reading in the corners of Maria A. Shuka Library. My mom would take me to the record stores. Because we lived in a non-Black community, I cherished those Toronto summers. I was steeped in Caribbeanness. It was affirming. It was home, even when it wasn't ours to keep. This draft planning framework speaks continuously about the changing character of this place, but change has not been neutral here. Jewish, Italian, Portuguese, and other neighbors have long called this place home alongside so many West Indians. This neighborhood has always been layered and in flux. It is critical that city staff work with community members in Little Jamaica with the priority of Black community members to refine principles and policies similar to the ones articulated in the Chinatown Tomorrow to ensure that the neighborhood change in Little Jamaica not only honors the area's history, but creates a new path forward for collaboration and Black leadership in said change. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Sorry.
Are there any questions? Councillor Matlow has a question for you.
You nailed it right at the 5 there.
Yeah, I know, right? Sorry.
You got it right there. Thank you for your deputation. Do you believe that as we get to the final framework, that stakeholders like the Little Jamaica Community Land Trust and others that you referred to should not just figuratively, but literally be at the table as part of a stakeholder advisory group to review and support a successful framework when it moves forward?
Absolutely. I think, we've had really great relationships with our local councillors, of course, Councillor Matlow and Councillor Cole, and the city staff. And I think to have some sort of structure around that so that we're always at the table, we're always involved, we're always sharing our insights. I think something that I love about the neighborhood is that it's constantly adapting as well. Like our needs are changing rapidly. And so for there to be an advisory body that is constantly coming back to community, asking what we need, figuring out how we can make this better, how we can stop displacement really, I think is a really critical next step. And I think we've had a lot of conversation. There's been a lot of discussion. There's been a lot of talking. There's been a lot of consultation. Yeah. And an advisory group would really help us ensure that there's enforceable action.
And that would hopefully prevent the concerns that you raised around Eglinton Connects, yes, where you'll literally be at the table to support the success of the framework to really reflect the community's priorities rather than read about it afterward in a certain way.
Exactly. And I think there's lots of people, like Junior Lewis is here in the crowd. He's been in this neighborhood since the 60s, he's a property owner. These are the types of people that need to be at the conversation because they have this longstanding history and they're still here today and they want to be in Little Jamaica for the future. So absolutely.
Thanks for your voice.
Thanks, Councillor Matlow.
Any other questions? No, thank you so much. The next deputy I have listed is Arthur Garon. Good morning, Arthur. You'll have 5 minutes to address the committee, and you can start as soon as you're ready.
Sorry, I haven't used this before, and I'm sort of wondering how this works.
Just a moment. Beautiful.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Ready?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hi. Yeah. I'm Arthur Garon, and I'm with the Oakwood Vaughan Community Organization, a resident-driven nonprofit committed to strengthening the Oakwood Vaughan community. In 2023, we released a paper, the OV Future Search, a charrette-type report that engaged the community in planning for what kind of community the residents would like to live in. The 120-page report is available on our website and emphasizes a walkable and affordable community. In 2022, OVCO managed to negotiate a lease for 3 classrooms in the former Vaughan Road Academy school to establish a community hub. And we're currently running a programming for a seniors group. Having a community hub greatly benefits the Little Jamaica community. Currently, there are dozens and dozens of new developments planned in the area, which is going to significantly transform the entire neighborhood. And on the map, you could just see some of those developments that are planned. Many of those are large condo developments, and there's just dozens of them. Currently, the neighborhood is characterized by just its walkability and its great storefronts. You could just walk through there, see all the amazing storefronts that are there, and it has a great sense of community and just a great sense of walkability in the neighborhood. Unfortunately, the new condos in Toronto are sort of soulless. The City of Toronto mandates that the first story of all new condos has to be extremely tall to accommodate large transport trucks doing deliveries. And we've seen what happened with Yonge and Eglinton, where the neighborhood just becomes a little bit soulless. You lose that, that community best. You lose storefronts. Instead of having 5 or 6 storefronts in one area, you have maybe 2 large storefronts, and it just loses character and it loses its source. So that's why I'm really hoping that the City of Toronto works with the local residents in this community to plan what's going to be here and to keep the character and the soul and the makeup of how the community is, and to work to move forward with the residents of the neighborhood to make this to keep this a walkable, safe, affordable community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Matlow has a question for you.
Thank you. Thank you for your deputation. One of the points you raised in our Oakwood Vaughan neighborhood, you support our efforts to see Vaughan Road Academy eventually open up more space to the local community, along with being, it served other parts of our community well with respect to supporting the students from Davisville and Hodgson, et cetera. But do you support our efforts to advocate toward the TDSB to open up more space for more programming for the community?
Oh, definitely. We're currently doing a lot of seniors programming, and the seniors are working with the students in the school to do multi-generational programming, where you have a lot of the seniors working with the students on arts projects and other community projects, sort of sharing their knowledge with the younger generation. It'd be great to move forward and continue that community hub in the future, where local residents can share their expertise with one another and with the students of the TDSB and of the local community.
And do you also support? I've moved a motion to this effect, and council. This is council's position that we would like to see the province of Ontario allow us the ability to not just beg or cajole or negotiate, but actually be able to prescribe retaining fine-grained retail on our main streets, rather than just having many of our main streets turn into just large banks or Shoppers Drug Marts.
Oh yeah, it's a great neighborhood because when you walk through the storefronts, they're unique. You get to know the owners of the businesses. You get to have many more businesses there as you walk along the street. You get to see the beautiful storefronts. With the large condo developments, you might get 2 stores on a block and there's nothing interesting to see. It's just a lot of dead space, and it just feels soulless. It's not, the scale is just not a human scale. And people move to Toronto because they want to have those beautiful walkable communities of, locally driven stores.
Thank you. I appreciate your words.
Any further questions? No? Arthur, thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you.
The next deputant I have is Geraldine Alexander. Geraldine? No? We'll move to the next deputant. Cheryl Case. Cheryl, I understand you're online. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hi, welcome. You're no stranger to this. You have 5 minutes. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So I just pulled up my notes. I wasn't expecting to go next. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, so wonderful to be here. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here representing Community and Public, formerly known as Speed Planning, as many of you may know. I'm also a resident of the Little Jamaica neighborhood. Mike Cole is my counselor, and Josh Matlow is, I wish he was also my counselor. He's a wonderful person. I've always appreciated his strong, consistent efforts in support of Little Jamaica. So I'm here to express appreciation for the continued attention to Little Jamaica and to flag that the draft framework as presented does not yet meet the scale, structure, or accountability required to effectively respond to the community's call for the city to address the displacement of renters or systemic anti-Black racism in land use, economic opportunity, or social development. Given the significant scale of public investment in the cross-tonality the level of development pressure in the area, and the incredible leadership of grassroots organizations, many of those and my neighbors here speaking today, the framework must play a stronger role in guiding for more equitable outcomes, as the community has been very clear in communicating that displacement and all the matters that have been brought up today need to be addressed. So given this, it is essential that the framework plan include in its approach to community engagement builds on previous work in partnership with people who call Little Jamaica home. We've had a series of amazing motions that have been passed asking for great community engagement and participation in the planning of the neighborhood. And that's why I'm here today to bring to attention that there has not yet been a clear update on the status of the partnership and accountability table directed in 2022. That was to go alongside the development of a master plan for the neighborhood. And also of great concern, the framework proposes to significantly narrow the planning boundary to primarily Oakwood, Vaughan, and the Eglinton corridor, excluding large portions of the Little Jamaica community from planning protections or improvements, as well as social or economic development opportunities that may arise from this process. This is significant considering that the now excluded area includes the site of where inaction by city staff left a rooming house without heat, water, or power for 6 months. This is a case that some describe as one of the most harmful examples of systemic anti-Black racism. And so, Mike Cole and Josh Matlow are councils that have been brought to attention in regards to this file, but we also know that Alejandro Bravo and Francis Nunziata also have large portions of their communities and constituents that would be left out of the opportunity to address, for their city to address the systemic barriers of displacement and anti-Black racism. So with this shift away from alignment with community priorities and collaboration, myself, along with Geraldine and many other signatories, Little Jamaica Community Coalition, Reclaim Rebuild Eglinton West, York Southwestern Tenant Union, Climate Just Toronto, as well as many residents in the neighborhood and school board trustee, ask for these 5 things to be put forward as amendments to the framework. Number 1 is to restore the full community planning boundary. So rather than just the corridor along Eglinton, we actually have the full boundary as was original in 2022, along with extending to Bicknell as proposed. Co-creating the framework with the community, not just consultation. We are an incredibly talented and engaged community, and we are more than capable of being effective partners along the city in the development of this framework. Establish shared governance and accountability. So reestablish the planning and accountability table that was put forward as to be implemented in 2022. It was actually quite a shock to hear that this item was going to the Planning and Housing Committee, and I think that's something that should not really be happening. The community should be part of the process, and I shouldn't have to be asking community members to hear who has heard of this and who knows what's coming, and to wait for it to be posted. The community should have awareness of what the city is planning as you are planning for our communities and our lives. Ensuring coordinated interdivisional implementation and oversight. So in 2022, there was direction for interdivisional engagement. So the Housing Secretariat, Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit are 2 key offices to be engaged, and also to provide feedback, direct feedback on the existing community-led plans, such as the Little Jamaica Right to Remain Community Development Action Plan. And number 5, to establish anti-displacement targets and align to strategies on confronting anti-Black racism, which the city has great leadership, again, for the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit and the Housing Secretariat. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Matlow?
Hi, Cheryl. It's Josh, and thank you for the kind words. I think the world of you too. And I wanted just ask you on the note that you just made regarding community involvement. Would you support an amendment requesting that there be a stakeholder group struck to ensure that there's the ability of the community to support a final framework that everyone really believes in and believes will support the success of the community and reflects the priorities of the community?
Yes, and I think that such a group, it would be really important that the group actually had a role in helping to develop or provide input on the design of the engagement. So it's not just that we're coming in and providing feedback, but part of the approach is actually co-designed with community.
Yeah, and then that way you won't worry about hearing about things after the fact or what have you. You'll literally be at the table to be part of it. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? No, Cheryl, as always, thank you for your assistance today.
Thank you, Gordon.
Next, I have Junior Lewis. Morning, Junior. Until it's green.
It's green now.
Got it?
Sorry, Geraldine is here now, by the way. If you can call her again. She says she's on the phone.
Thank you, Cheryl. Junior?
Hi, my name is Junior Lewis. I'm from Eglinton and Oakwood area. Monica's is my mom's store that used to be there. We started there from the 70s, like early 70s. I was 7 when I got on Eglinton. Was a place where we had Italians. Every culture was there. Then my parents came in. My dad was a DJ. He loved music. He brought Jamaican music here on the block. Reggae became popular at that point. My mom was a hairdresser, the only black hairdresser. She had to go to Bruno's to learn hairdressing and then teach herself how to do hair. We've been there since the 70s. I've seen the block transfer that was like little West Indies. Anybody coming from Jamaica, Grenada, anywhere, they would come to Eglinton, find their friend, find their community, find their friends, people that they know, just so they have a communication with people in Toronto. Now, people say to me, well, you never really come to these meetings, you never really come out here and never really understand what's going on. So I came out today to see what's going on, to hear what's going on. Because my parents, they're in their 80s now, they got old. My dad's bedridden, my mom's home, she's taking care of him. I never thought of this day. Now that day has approached. Now I have the long-standing building on Eglinton, and everybody goes, don't sell it, don't sell it, don't sell it. So we stayed for the LRT. We stayed for all these things that say they were gonna happen. It all happened. Now, everybody's underground. They don't even see my store. They don't even come on my block. So the planning stages and all these things were really cool, and it sounded good in those days. My parents couldn't come out to these meetings because they were busy trying to make money to pay their taxes and do whatever they had to do. So now that they're here, and I'm taking over now, I realize the conflicts they have, because she says, let's sell it, let's do this, let's do that. And everybody in the neighborhood says, keep it, because we're the roots of Little Jamaica. Now that we're the roots of Little Jamaica, I've tried to say, here, we have a laneway. We got nice pictures and mirrors on the laneway. I went to the laneway to try to figure out how to work with the laneway. Because the word laneway, the city has no responsibility for the laneway, because we have private properties and we have laneways. So that's confusing. So we try to go in the parking lot. Now we have the rats and all these other things that happened since the subway's been around. So we're back to square one. I came down here today just to state my point and say, how do we move on from here? Because everybody says, we just build this place up, everybody's gonna come back and it's gonna be beautiful. Most retail stores right now are mostly turned into homes. They turn their retail stores, divide in half, put apartments. So obviously people wanna live there on Eglinton. There's no doubt about it, but can we afford, our West Indian people can afford to come back there? I don't know. I think we need affordable housing. We need maybe a retirement home, maybe something where my parents could have stayed there and got help from their people or somebody, their culture, that they could help them and move them along, so they could have felt happy that they put something on this block that they could say they could be proud of. Right now, I'm kind of glad I came, because I've heard Josh Matlow, I met him before and seen him, but he's talking my language today, because I came down to say, we basically need a committee in Little Jamaica that we can communicate with these people to say, we're gonna get a bit of this, we're gonna get a bit of that, we're gonna get this, we're gonna get that. Because they said that before, maybe in 2018, they said they had a report for Little Jamaica. It hasn't happened yet. We haven't seen anything yet. All I see is vacant stores, 5 stores struggling to survive. And if those 5 stores came down here to say their point too, they'd be saying they're struggling, but they have to stay there and maintain their business. So while they're maintaining their business and doing all these things, this is what happens. We get displaced, just like Jungle, like Village, like PO, like Regent Park. Nobody's here, but everybody wants to come back to Toronto, but there's nothing to come back to. So before that happens, I came down here today to say, let's put a committee together. I want to be Hazel McAllister and say, this is what we're going to pick to be on Eglinton. This is how we're going to build Eglinton. Let's come together and build it together so we can enjoy it at the end of the day. We have no parks, we have no daycare, we have no this, we have like a lot of things we don't have. And now reggae is basically pushed under the mat, and that was brought Eglinton to where it was today. So I don't know if I'm making any sense, but I'm just trying to say my point that we need your help. We would like to be at the table. I'm probably the longest standing person. Once I'm gone, you guys could just blow it down. Nobody cares about Eglinton anymore because my parents were the first people there. We got reggae there, we got music there, we got the West Indians there. She's well known. And I just want to make her proud in some way, shape, or form. So if we can have a conversation with somebody or anybody that we can get this thing done right, because we have a BIA situation that we can't communicate over there. So there's too many rats in that one there. I want to separate myself from there, and I could be the leader, and I can help them do what they have to do from my community.
Thanks, Junior. Any questions? No? Junior, thank you so much for your time today. I'm told that Geraldine is back with us. Geraldine? No? Okay. That completes our deputations. Are there any questions of staff? No? Councillor Matlow, would you like to speak?
Thank you. As many of you know, like Little Jamaica has been a really special place to so many people, especially from the islands, from Afro-Caribbean backgrounds, from the general African diaspora that has seen Little Jamaica as a place of pride. I've spoken to people who live in Ajax and Pickering and Mississauga and beyond who will bring their kids to Eglinton because they want to connect with a place where they might have arrived in Canada for the first time. And they will tell them stories about a time when Little Jamaica was really vibrant. And they had the Kiddie Carnival. They had, they were one of the three, along with London, England, and Jamaica itself, they're one of the three major epicenters of the reggae world. And excuse me, guys. And it was a place that didn't just bring music, it brought food, it brought culture, it brought traditions, it brought family, it brought community. And over many years, for a number of different reasons, that vibrancy has declined. And through the 15 years of the LRT construction, it had such an enormous impact on the viability of many of those businesses. And then, of course, with that LRT comes redevelopment and the prospect of gentrification. Every major infrastructure project in North America in our history has seen Black communities displaced. And we have an opportunity to do something very different here, to lean into supporting the community. The success, the affordability, the pride, the health of the community. And in 2018, I remember when I first became the councillor for part of the area, I spent the first year just listening. And I remember going to a bar with Sipo Mapango, and we listened to our friends at Black Urbanism TO talk about Eglinton Connects and how, while Eglinton Connects was an important planning initiative, it did not reflect the community along Eglinton and the identity of the communities along Eglinton. And we brought a motion in 2020 asking for an omnibus, a whole wide array of things that City Hall could do, along with advocating to the provincial government for support as well. And there were failures along that journey since the motion was passed. But I'm very happy to see a report come forward now that finally addresses a number of the asks that we had. I forgot to move my amendment, if we could put it on the floor.
I was kind of waiting on
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for, it was a long preface to the amendment. But one of the things that, and by the way, and I want to say before I even speak to the motion, I believe with SIPO, leading this, we are finally in a position where we can make an enormous amount of progress. I believe in her, and I believe in her commitment and dedication to the success of Little Jamaica. But SEPO can't do it alone. I've always believed that City Hall should be the vehicle for the success of Little Jamaica, but the community itself should be the driver. And we will know that it's a success when the community says it's a success. And the community wants an affordable place to live and an affordable place to work. If we don't have the mom and pop shops, if we don't have the hairdressers, the barbershops, we don't have the juice bars, we don't have the patty shops, we don't have the places that make Little Jamaica, we will have a museum of Little Jamaica with a few murals in the future, and that's not good enough. We want a Little Jamaica like we celebrate Chinatown, like we celebrate Little Italy, like we celebrate Little Portugal. We want a Little Jamaica that not only benefits the local community, but something that all of Toronto can be proud of. And so this is why I believe it's important that the community itself, not just figuratively, but literally be at the table to work supportively with staff toward a successful framework.
Thank you, Councillor Matlow.
Thank you.
Question to the mover. Councillor Nunziata.
Yes, could we put the motion back up, this amendment? So, Councillor Matlow, as part of the upcoming stakeholder and community consultation, the stakeholder advisory committee, so who would be on this advisory committee? Would it be businesses, community members? Who would actually be on this advisory committee? And would it be through all the various wards? Like there'd be representation from all the various BIAs?
I think we should be as inclusive as possible.
Yeah.
And obviously working with staff, but there are whether it be representation from business, representation from community advocacy groups, representation from local neighborhoods. And frankly, there are elders and performers, reggae artists who have been feeling forgotten and should be at the table as well. We want to make sure that everyone feels invested in the success of it, and I certainly wouldn't want to remove any voice that should be at the table.
Yeah, and it's important to get all the BIAs part of this as well, as part of the stakeholder advisory, correct?
We want all the BIAs to be supportive of the success of this framework.
Yeah. I remember when that part was the city of York, we used to have festivals all the time on Eglinton Avenue. If you remember that years ago when Joe Mahevic was the councillor, we had all these festivals. So
yeah,
thank you for the amendment.
And we want more again. Yeah.
We haven't had it for a while.
Yeah.
Any further questions? No, seeing none. Does anyone else wish to speak to the item? No? So why don't we take Councillor Matlow's motion and the item as a package? All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay, members, I had said that we would do, I've got to get item 6 as our third item. So I'm going to call PH 29.6, 105 through 109, Vanderhoof Avenue and 10 Brentcliffe Road, Official Plan Amendment Appeal Report. I believe we had a deputant. Oh, we have two deputants. Peter Smith. Peter, I understand you're online.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, Peter, we can hear you. One second, please, before you start.
Fantastic.
Okay, Peter, we just had to clear something up there. The floor is yours. You've got 5 minutes.
No problem at all. Thank you very much, Councillor Perks and members of committee. My name is Peter Smith. I'm a planner and a partner with Bousfields, and I'm speaking on behalf of the owner and the applicant in this matter. I'd like to speak in opposition to the staff recommendation and instead ask Planning and Housing Committee to support our client's appeal. And I'll touch on 3 points. First, it's my opinion and our team's opinion that fundamentally the proposed redesignation of the property to mixed-use area would be compatible with surrounding uses. And I say that for a couple of reasons. First of all, the entire area south of Eglinton, west of Brentcliffe, down to Commercial Road is exclusively a mix today of existing and approved residential, office, automobile, service, commercial, and retail uses. There isn't in that area a single manufacturing or warehousing uses. And our client's property is used for retail, service, and office uses. So the mixed use area designation just in and of itself would recognize the existing uses on the site. Secondly, the proposed redesignation would support intensification within the Laird Protected Major Transit Station area. The site is located within 280 meters of the east station entrance within approximately a 5-minute walk or so. The staff report notes that the minimum required densities can be met without redesignating the subject property. But I emphasize that in terms of planning for major transit station areas, it's a minimum density, and the provincial planning statement, in fact, encourages going beyond those minimum densities. And really from a practical perspective, if we look at the billions of dollars that were spent on the Eglinton Crosstown LRT, we need to be taking advantage of opportunities for transit supportive intensification all along the route, rather than hyper-focusing intensification at Young Eglinton or at other locations along the way. And in this case, part of the challenge is that much of the area around the Laird station is designated either for low-rise neighborhoods or for employment areas, which means that there are more limited opportunities to intensify here. And then thirdly, and this is where Bill 97 and the new provincial planning statement comes in. It used to be, because I've been doing this for an awfully long time, that the city used to say, well, if we don't redesignate you, we can just intensify for employment uses such as offices. But Bill 97 and the provincial planning statement has fundamentally changed that equation. Employment areas as defined by the provincial planning statement are no longer meant to be no longer meant to include things like office and retail and institutional. They are to be reserved for uses such as manufacturing, warehousing, and logistics, which are uses that do not support transit supportive intensification. If you want intensification, and that's whether it's for office or residential or mixed use, and I think there's a misconception here that mixed use areas means solely residential. It's only the mixed use areas designation now that's going to allow for things like intensification of offices and mixed use. So with that, I'm well under my 5 minutes. I just wanted to thank you for your attention. On behalf of our client, I'd like to also signal to staff and to other stakeholders who I know will be speaking today that we want to continue to work with staff and with those stakeholders through the OLT appeal process and hopefully ultimately arrive at a settlement that works for everybody. So with that, thank you very much again, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Peter? Nope, seeing none. Peter, thank you for your deputation.
Thank you.
Next, I have Jeff Cattell. Jeff Cattell? Jeff, I understand you're online.
Yes, hello?
Hi, welcome. You know the drill, buddy, don't you?
I do. I
Okay.
don't see myself, but
that's okay. You're
start
coming
video.
through loud and clear.
Okay. Well, thank you. This is to express the strong support by the Leaside Residents Association, of which I am co-pres, for the staff report recommendation that City Council direct city staff to attend the Ontario Land Tribunal in opposition to the current application to redesignate the subject lands. Our opposition to conversion application is based on several factors. First of all, these lands are designated as employment lands. With the precarious economic situation, Canada needs to protect lands needed for the strategic reshoring of jobs, particularly manufacturing jobs. This land provides jobs in a central location in the city. Its role in doing so should be safeguarded. Secondly, if these lands are converted to mixed use, which translates mostly, almost exclusively into residential use in reality, it would add to the condo market. This market is oversaturated and is in dire straits, with likely 10 years supply already approved in the development pipeline. Thirdly, this is not the first conversion application for these lands. The applicant has attempted to get approval from council previously. The conversion to mixed use was previously applied for and rejected in 2001 and again in 2023. Why is it being raised yet again? And once again, there is no actual development application, only for land conversion. The answer, most plausibly, is speculation, to increase the value of the land by changing the land use designation. Fourthly, Vanderhoof Avenue was authoritatively established as a southern boundary of residential development on formerly industrial lands south of Eglinton Avenue and east of Laird Drive, what we call the Eglinton-Brentcliffe mixed-use area. In the landmark Ontario Municipal Board decision, City Toronto Bylaw 879/2001. Rejecting this application would therefore be consistent with this precedent. And fifthly, historically, Leaside's heritage as a model garden city, designed in 1912, envisaged homes, that's people, and employment, that's jobs, adjacent to each other. Further conversion of employment lands into residential lands will weaken this balance more. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Jeff? No? Okay. That completes our deputations. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Chernos-Lynn, welcome, by the way.
Thank you, and thank you for having me here today. I just have a question. Based on the first deputant, there seemed to be a statement that we have residential south to commercial, and I just wonder if you could clarify, is there any actual, are there condos south to commercial east of Laird?
Through the chair, there are planning permissions for residential south of Eglinton, and along the frontage of Eglinton, but not down to commercial on the east side of Laird. On the west side, yes, but not on the east side.
So it currently, it's pushed down to the north side of Vanderhoof, is that correct? But nothing all the way south to commercial?
That's correct. Through the chair, the residential permissions south of Eglinton stop at Vanderhoof. Further south of Vanderhoof is all employment and commercial.
Okay, that was my understanding as well, but there seemed to be a discrepancy in what was said in that deputation. Thank you. That's it for questions. I do have some comments I want to make after questions.
Any other questions? No? Councillor Chernos-Lynn to speak.
Thank you, Chair. So I just wanted to make a few remarks about this report, which I just want to note I am very much in favor of staff's recommendations. I know it's unusual for people to come to committee and people wonder, why is she here? It's actually because I am very much in support of these recommendations. Core employment areas are essential to the health of our economy and are increasingly in short supply in the City of Toronto. The Leaside Business Park, which is in my ward, is a significant asset for the city, especially when we think about in recent months when the importance of a strong domestic industry has been made so undeniably clear. Given the nature of some of the land uses in this area, particularly heavy industry, it is important to have a dividing line between residential areas and employment and commercial uses. This proposal would result in further encroachment into commercial lands, potentially introducing residential uses into an area that has long been established as a site for intensive industrial and other commercial uses. The industrial nature of this area is evidenced by the planning context that has been enforced to date. Vanderhoof Avenue has been recognized in policy and in practice as a dividing line between mixed use to the north and commercial use to the south, which is what my question that I asked staff was really getting to. In fact, the residential buildings on the north side of Vanderhoof Avenue that have been applied for recently have been given Class 4 noise area classifications, permitting higher daytime and nighttime sound levels than would typically be allowed, specifically to protect the businesses to the south. I want to thank the Leaside Residents Association, the Toronto Industry Network, and of course the Leaside Business Park Association for their remarks and their submissions in support of this item. And I hope that my colleagues who are on this committee will look at those when they consider this report from staff. I would, of course, request that the committee support the integrity of the Leaside Business Park by adopting the recommendations put forth by staff to oppose this appeal at the Ontario Land Tribunal. Thank you for having me at the committee today.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak to the item? No? I'll move the staff recommendations, and we need to do a recorded vote on this. All those in favor, Councillor Matlow, Councillor Myers, Councillor Nunziata, and Councillor Perks. Good, thank you. Okay, now we'll return to item PH 29.3, status update report on transit-oriented communities. We have a deputant on this, Aaron Ginsberg. Aaron, welcome back.
Should be relatively brief on this one. I figured I'd talk about it since I was here. This report is an update on transit-oriented communities. There is a new proposal at Scarborough-Gilwood, at Gilwood Station, sorry. Getting my terminology mixed up, at Gilwood Go. That's outlined here. It's a reasonable proposal. Staff have some minor criticisms. I'm sure it can be worked out. But more broadly, I want to speak about a couple things. One is there are these memoranda of understanding between the province and the city on these sites. I appreciate that there may be some commercially sensitive information in those memoranda, but it seems to me that they mostly seem to be planning documents, and it's very odd, although maybe not at Queen's Park these days, it's very odd to see planning matters deemed confidential. If there are commercially sensitive details in those memoranda, they could have been redacted and the rest of the memoranda could have been published. I think it's worthwhile that citizens understand what their governments are agreeing to when it's just the governments involved. So I'm disappointed that those memoranda were not redacted. If there is any commercially sensitive data in there, it doesn't seem like the province understands what it's going to get for the land anyway, so it doesn't really track that there's much commercially sensitive data. Or at least nothing that you wouldn't have to disclose if you were putting out an RFP. So I'm not exactly sure what's confidential about these, but I'm disappointed to see that they are. In terms of what's being proposed and what you're being asked to approve from what is public, I'm still disappointed. I said this at the public consultation for the eastern site at East Harbour. It's too small. It's always been too small. It's still too small. And it's unfortunate that it's being built at this density. This is across the street from one of the biggest transit hubs in Toronto, and 12 stories is absurd. It just is. There should be a little more intensification when you are literally across the street from what will be one of the biggest transit hubs in the city. If you look at the density at Exhibition, which has a similar profile in terms of the transit density there, it's much taller. I cannot fathom why East Harbour is being treated differently. It doesn't make sense. When I was on the public consultation on it, it seemed to be consideration for the residents north in Leslieville. I think it's pretty clear that we need to be upzoning Leslieville, not downzoning this site. and I think it's unfortunate. I'm also disappointed to see the downzoning at Cosburn. It's already an apartment neighborhood. I don't know why we're trimming stories off at Cosburn. Fewer houses, fewer affordable units for arbitrary reasons. And again, because the memoranda are confidential, we don't even have an explanation as to why. So that's very disappointing to see as well. This is a big deal. This process is going to be very transformative in neighborhoods across the city. It's going to be very disruptive. And I think it's important that there's as much transparency as possible so that people can get used to what's coming. And I'm a little bit disappointed at what the report offers. I'm also disappointed there is, according to the province, they transmitted a letter to the city on a transit-oriented community at Martin Grove and Eglinton on March 13th. And I was disappointed to not see details of that plan in this report as well. So the report itself is fine, but I'm disappointed at what's not here and what's confidential as well. So thank you for your time, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputant? Nope, seeing none. That was the only deputation on this item. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Myers.
Hi, thank you. Through you, Chair.
I'm sorry, Councillor Myers, you're very faint.
Okay, sorry.
What happened? Oh no. Oh, there he is. Now you're silent.
Can you still not hear me?
Ah, perfect. There we go. Loud and clear. Go ahead.
I'm just gonna turn my camera off. So I guess my first question is if staff could just give a bit more detail regarding the initial analysis you had done regarding the need for commuter parking at Shepherd and McCowan.
Through the chair, we did some initial analysis, as you noted, to respond to the motion that you brought forward. We see some value in public parking at end stations on subway lines, and so we're continuing to do some work to see how that might be possible at Shepherd. One of the reasons that we put it in this report is that the future TOC that will be brought forward at Shepherd and McCowan may provide an opportunity for the provision of some commuter parking for the subway station there.
Thank you. And has staff started thinking about how they'll manage the future transit-oriented community, which is going to be right next to employment lands, how that balance will be managed?
We have not yet seen anything from the province in terms of their concepts for the TOC there. But there are many places where we have faced de facto employment conversions because of the TOCs. In most cases, the province is bringing forward mixed-use developments where there would be some retail and office in the development, and then largely residential development. We know that there are some sensitive location or some sensitive industries right around that, and that would certainly be a key issue for us in reviewing and working with IO in terms of how to mitigate against impacts on those existing industries. There are also broader issues in terms of the regeneration area study that's going to be done on the other side of McCowan there that will face some of the same issues, and city staff will work through to find some kind of balance.
Thank you. And I'm just wondering if you could just give a bit more insight into some of the sensitive industries, particularly the concrete plant, Dufferin Concrete, that many consider strategic just because of its location as one of the few cement plants in the eastern Toronto area.
So to be, through the chair, to be honest, Councillor, we have not done a lot of thinking about how the TOC will specifically interact with that concrete plant, but we are aware that that is a key issue when this comes forward. We are facing similar issues to that in the work that we're now doing up at Woodbine, where there is a similar kind of plant on the other side of the GO tracks. And we've done a lot of work with the province, as has the company, in ensuring that there's proper spacing of or distance, separation distance from the development, as well as any other kinds of mitigation measures, walls or other things that can be put up to try to limit the impacts, both on the development and on the industry.
Thank you. And final question. The report mentions that the city will make a final determination around the need for commuter parking at Shepherd and McCowan in the city's, I think it's the strategic parking review. Sorry if I don't have the name correct. Do you have a sense as to when that review will be completed and coming before the committee?
So the strategic parking framework that was led by Transportation Services includes a number of follow-up activities, including looking at specific areas, many of which I think are around major transit stations. That won't be coming to committee, and that would likely go through IEC as opposed to Planning and Housing Committee. That would come in sometime into 2027 is my expectation.
Okay, thank you very much.
Are there any other questions of staff? No, seeing none. Does anyone want to speak to this? No, I've got a couple of motions. First is, this is on behalf of Councillor Ainsley, and it just sets out some requests of staff on how we communicate to the province and what kinds of issues we want to prioritize. And the next one. This is on behalf of Deputy Mayor Malik, and it does a similar thing for the exhibition station transit-oriented community. So I'll just move those and once again note that this is yet another example of the province of Ontario taking arbitrary authority over land use planning in the city of Toronto and ignoring the wishes and hopes of people in local communities and the positions taken by City of Toronto Council. We will continue to advocate for good land use planning with the province of Ontario, but it is proving to be an uphill battle. With that, why don't we take the item and the two amendments as a package? All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That carries. Moving right along. PH 29.4, RentSafeTO update report. We have some deputations. First, Arnold Margulis. Arnold? Arnold? No. Marcia, it's your turn. I have to read a lot of names, Marcia. We're good. We're golden.
We're good.
All right.
As long as you don't call me outside my name, you are good.
Go ahead.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me. My name is Marcia Stone, and I am the chair of the Weston Acorn chapter. And I've been renting in Ontario for the last 7 years. My message is it's time that we listen to tenants, what the tenants want, not what everybody else thinks that they should have. Tenants have wanted color-coded evaluation signs since the mid-2000s. Tenants are already stigmatized by the environment in which they live. Color-coded signs would help. Now that this proposal is finally before you today, we urge you to listen to tenants and finally roll this program out. But there's more that needs to be done. Landlords are contractually obligated to provide safe and healthy homes, yet are harassing tenants when they speak up for hazardous living environments. Again, We need to stop doing education first enforcements. Landlords receive this 45-page handbook when they register with the program. And if there are changes to the rules, they would receive amendments. So why are we asking these landlords nicely? Why do we have to chew our cabbage twice? If you see a violation, write up an order to comply. It's that simple. While we're happy to see the evaluation process adjusted, and that there will be more opportunities for bylaw officers to inspect inside people's units, it's crucial that in-unit inspections be included somehow in the initial building evaluations that happens every 2 years. People don't live in the lobbies or the laundry rooms or the stairwells in their building, common areas that is inspected every 2 years. They live in their apartment units that they pay rent for, and the landlord decides to not comply with their obligations and leave the tenants vulnerable. RentSafeTO has recognized that there's no substitute for door-to-door engagement. We need to do more of it. Bylaw officers should be regularly going door-to-door, connecting with the tenants, educating them about their rights and about the programs, and taking any enforcement action that is needed. We're relieved to finally see remedial action and interdivisional collaboration moving forward, especially at 500 Dawes. But it took 20 years to get here. Tenants cannot wait another 20 years for in-unit inspections. We're looking for action. People's lives are at risk every day, and we hope that you'll take action today. And with that, I thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Marcia, great to see you again.
Thank you for having me.
Stacy Semple. Hey, Stacy.
Hi. Hello, everyone. My name is Stacy Semple, and I am the chair of the Downtown Toronto Acorn chapter. Thank you for taking the time to listen to all of us today on these very important issues following the release of the RentSafeTO report dated March 27th of 2026. First, I acknowledge for my time with Acorn over these last 2 years, I have seen some improvements in this program, and we're very grateful that the city has increased the amount of officers to ensure all buildings that fall within the requirements can be addressed in a timely manner. Also, most recently, Acorn has worked extensively with RentSafeTO to ensure every tenant, new, prospective, or lifelong, out there knows what is the current condition of their building as the city classifies it and what they can do to address it. However, why am I here today? Enforcement. It's, as the public sees it, lackadaisical at best, and that needs to change. Although it's a vital program in place, it is not doing enough to ensure safe and healthy living situations for about 50% of the Toronto's population with a supply of very old buildings in use. Why, when the Ombudsman released the report in 2024 on the failed actions by RentSafe, isn't transparency being recommended and brought forward to ensure tenants at any given building can know the status of fines, administrative penalties, or remedial actions? Just like landlord licensing, tenants have a right to know who and what they are dealing with. The tenant lives in the building day in and day out, so they know it firsthand what issues are being neglected or reoccurring. A RentSafe bylaw enforcement officer will not, and most likely, as we've mentioned countless times, the landlord has already tidied up everything to make it appear functioning for the officer's arrival, since RentSafe actually reaches out to the landlord to schedule it. But I have never since seen nor been told that that information is provided to tenants when this is occurring. That needs to change, where a notice is provided, and if a tenant would like to speak with an officer, they should be made available. I understand RentSafe's position actually is they do put out information to the tenant, the buildings that they visit. We have yet to see that. We've engaged with many tenants across the GTA. They had no awareness whatsoever RentSafe was on the property. So better yet, but a better suggestion would be that, as we've also asked RentSafe to do, is have the officers show up unannounced at the building. That would actually provide a much more true picture of everyday life on what it's like to live in that building. And then there's the request we made for a universal work order form. One of the simplest asks Acorn has, and yet no mention or offer of it in their report. Why not? It would streamline the process more effectively and efficiently when all parties are working under the same format, also eliminating duplicate requests and everyone having the same consistent information and understanding. I couldn't believe when an Acorn member told me what RentSafe wanted for a copy of her file request. The fee for a tenant to proceed with an FOI request is outrageous. This tenant is going to a hearing tomorrow with all their neighbors. She reached out to RentSafe to get a copy of her file history and was told that she had to pay $650 for it. How can you expect someone with limited income to afford this? In essence, this lack of being able to pay that fee also obstructs the right to justice, just like housing. Today, if there are city staff who could fulfill this request for a nominal fee, please connect with our Acorn organizer. Their building's AGI hearing may be tomorrow, but those documents would still be a huge help. As I understand, RentSafe is a government-run organization, but like others associated with government, RentSafe truly needs to stop pointing fingers at all the other departments. It's their problem, not ours. There needs to be an established framework where, like MLS oversees RentSafe, perhaps then RentSafe could be the coordinator with all the other departments to ensure they all work in unison and nothing takes as long as 500 DAWs is taken. Why is RentSafe so slow in action, just like the upcoming changes in implementation timelines in the report? The new evaluation and audit timeline should not be beginning in the first quarter of 2028 and fully phased in by the end of 2029, 3 years from now. We're already waited too long. They need to start action and stop talking around the issues. Please make RentSafe.
Thank you so much.
One more comment. I was just asking that RentSafe be given teeth and brush it every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, are there any questions for Stacy? No, seeing none. Thank you. Thank you. Alejandro Ruiz Vargas. Alejandro, oh, there you are. I'm very well. How are you today?
Actually,
go ahead.
I want to say that it's the first time that I sit down here that I am not upset, so that's good. So Acorn has been fighting on this campaign over 20 years. Actually, this will be our 22nd year. And during these years, we had seen some changes for low-income and moderate-income tenants, but some changes. Instead, we had receiving a lot of higher rents and a lot of struggle that has been continuing. But today, we are speaking of hopeful changes, championed by our mayor. We believe that these changes will touch the lives of tenants in a profound way. We double love the color code signings, and we triple love the remedial action. And of course, more officers are like, So we want to say thank you to our mayor, to Councillor Josh Mashlow. Thank you so much. Councillor Paulo Fletcher. And personally, I want to remember former Councillor Mike Layton and former Councillor Janet Davis, that they were in the struggle as well. And we want to stress that since our mayor, Olivia Chow, is in this administration, we don't feel anymore like ghosts. Mm-hmm. We don't feel anymore like we wasn't in the map. We feel that we are valued for many, many years that we have been in this struggle. And if this change are approved, or these changes are approved, we are not going to be witness of no more seniors. Sorry, I need my glasses. We're not going to be had to witness or more seniors that had to wash their dishes at the kitchen, in the tap, because the kitchen sink is damaged for over 2 years. We know how to see more parents and mothers crying because the living room has been fixed for over the 2 years, and they feel isolated because they cannot bring their families. And we're going to stop the abuses from property managers and unprofessional superintendents. And I have time. We don't have words to express how happy we are thinking in the possibility of remedial action for our buildings. You don't have idea of how many people, specifically vulnerable women, seniors, and single mothers, that had to live in fear and in shame because they don't have repairs made simple because landlord says, I will not fix anything because your rent is too low and I want you that you move out. If remedial action will be adopted, these bullish practices will be gone. Of course, we need more work to do with unit inspections inside, universal work orders, standards, operating procedures, clear and effective follow-up, even in capacity for bylaws, because this city needs to be for all, not for few. And hopefully after that, we can go have an after party. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions for Alejandra? No? Alejandra, as always, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Ryan Endo. Hi, Ryan.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Ryan Endo. I'm a licensed paralegal here in the City of Toronto and chair of the Dawes Acorn Tenants Association. I'm here to present the findings of my report. It's been published as part of today's agenda, and the report is on property standards enforcement framework with a focus on RentSafeTO's program and the use of higher order enforcement tools with a focus on remedial action. Before I go into the report, I just want to quickly say there are some things about the staff report that I really do appreciate. Changes to the scoring model, I think, are welcomed by Acorn members, as well as the proposed color-coded signs. Just to speak on color-coded signs, they make the issues more visible. They acknowledge they're an acknowledgement by the oversight body, which is RentSafeTO, that there is a problem. It exists. Something needs to be done about it. It's an access point for tenants to engage 311, engage RentSafeTO, engage their counselor, and organize around issues that they're facing in their buildings. Jumping into my report, at a high level, this report essentially finds that the city is not lacking in legal authority to obtain compliance with its property standards bylaws. The legislative framework for property standards in Ontario, and more specifically in Toronto, is very, very robust. The city has at its disposal a range of enforcement tools. They include inspections, orders to comply, and once those orders have been confirmed and there's a binding order and the landlord is found to be in default, the city can engage even higher order enforcement tools like prosecution and most importantly remedial action, including seeking court relief through the Superior Court. And other tools which are outlined in this report. The issue is not whether these tools exist, it's whether they can be used. And unfortunately, this report from staff, we've been at this for a number of years now. And this report is just outlining what the law is. I know what the law is. Acorn members know what the law is. I think staff are very aware of what the law is, but we need to actually know what we're going to do about it. The core concern in my report is that the evidence suggests a growing gap between the city's formal enforcement powers and how those powers are deployed in practice. Lower order tools like issuing orders over and over again, I think Acorn members are very familiar with that, and seeking prosecutions is done in a very cyclical way. It's done over and over again, and it appears to be used regularly and repeatedly, but higher order tools like remedial action appear to be underutilized and in some cases treated as exceptional rather than integral to the city's process for enforcing property standards. That's not acceptable. It creates a cycle where the same properties remain in non-compliance over extended periods. And if you look at the data that's come out of the city, out of RentSafe, over the last few years, we've seen an increasing number of properties that have sunk into that bottom 2.5 percentile. I think the number now is over 150 buildings. I know that there are many buildings, like about 3,600, that are covered by RentSafeTO, but we're seeing that increasing number. And yes, it's great that RentSafe gets compliance, through the voluntary route, through educating and issuing orders. But where you reach these types of roadblocks and property owners are not complying with the orders, it doesn't make sense to prosecute over and over and over again. That, I think, is resource intensive. I think it requires a lot of wherewithal from city legal in terms of prosecuting and litigating these matters. So I think that we should be focused on compliance, which can be achieved through remedial action, because the objective of remedial action is bringing a property into compliance, not punishing the landlord, not punitive measures, but actually ensuring that the issues are fixed. As I mentioned, remedial action is a core tool. It's not an ancillary one. It's not an adjunct one. It's the point at which enforcement becomes outcome-oriented. The central outcome of remedial action is not deterrence, as I mentioned. It's not punishment, it's compliance. And yet in practice, remedial action continues to be framed by MLS, including in this report that they've put out today, as resource intensive, operationally complex, and implicitly and explicitly, if you've listened to staff, such as at the previous council meeting, as a last resort, which I don't agree with. This framing matters because when a tool is treated as a separate option, generally outside of the enforcement continuum, that has downstream effects on how staff treat the enforcement of property standards, and that can have far-reaching impacts on the way that bylaw enforcement officers and other staff approach their enforcement efforts, which in turn can impact remedial action's function as a reliable part of the enforcement system. Thank you very much.
Councillor Matlow.
So just to be clear, would you agree with me that even before today, the city has had both administrative monetary powers and remedial action powers, but has not effectively used them?
Has not affected, I agree with you, yes.
And would you agree with, and I'm going to say this as delicately as possible, not to raise the chair's ire, but would you agree that if I tell you that I hear repeatedly from tenants throughout the city that their perception has been a culture at City Hall that has viewed the landlord more like the client, the one that they're supposed to be dealing with and giving first chances and second chances and third chances and heads up that we're going to do an inspection so they can kind of make it pretty that day, rather than see the tenant as the core focus of their work? Has that been what you've heard? Has that been your experience? And if we use AMPs and remedial action more effectively, we could actually change that culture and put the focus back on the tenants who are living in those conditions.
I generally agree, Councillor. I think at this point it goes without saying that there is that type of, and I mean, I don't want to, there is that type of, unfortunately, culture that exists where we are prioritizing the property interests of the landlord, which I don't think makes any sense. I don't think there's any sound legal basis for doing that. Speaking from personal experience, living as a tenant at 500 Dawes Road, if you do a title search on this property, you can find property standards violations, right? Violations under a property standards bylaw, under the Building Code Act, that go as far back as 2014, relating to the balcony guards, relating to a number of issues in the building. The parking garage, for example, that's been closed at our building for 5 years. And unfortunately, now tenants are being ticketed when they have guests over because there isn't any guest parking because all the tenants are parked on top. And the concern that I have even more is the practices of the related city divisions in going to buildings, issuing these orders, going through that court process, getting a binding order, and then choosing not to initialize things like remedial action and actually engaging in a practice where they actually go to the property owner and they issue more orders and they ask for compliance and they do this sort of thing. That actually puts the city in a very difficult position administratively. From an administrative law context, it kind of muddies the enforcement. You have a binding order. You should now be operationalizing those higher order enforcement tools. If you don't do it and you give the landlord more time and you engage in more targeted enforcement and conversations and trying to communicate with the landlord, what you can end up doing is actually, I would think, put the city in a difficult position in terms of actually initiating remedial action because the timeline becomes in flux. The timeline is difficult for property owners, for tenants, for the general public to actually interpret. So what we're doing here, what staff have put in front of us is a report that just says what the law is. I've prepared this report over the course of 4 weeks. It shouldn't take us, a decade for staff to present to us what the law is. We know what the law is. I don't want to have a conversation about the law. I don't think anybody wants to have a conversation about the law anymore. We want to have a conversation about how we're going to operationalize the tools that we have right now.
So working together and moving forward, and we're now poised to be able to make some real progress. Would you agree that tactically it is better to contextually look at, maybe there's a landlord that you can work better with, and they want to address any violations, and they want to fix things, and that's great. But there are some landlords, not to be punitive, but there are some landlords, perhaps like yours, that if they don't care about the healthy and safe living conditions of the people in their building, they need to know that there is a real risk to their own wallet by not taking those steps now. And if they don't do it, we're going to go in there and do it for them.
Yeah, we're going to go in and do it for them. And I think that is very important. I think that, we obviously have prosecutions and there's a whole framework for that. And there are the fines that can be imposed. And if it's a continuing offense under the Building Code Act, there's heavy monetary consequences. Remedial action in itself, as you pointed out, can produce those types of monetary financial impacts for the landlord. I would say that that's an incidental thing. The core objective of remedial action is to bring the property exactly into compliance. And to the extent that it creates those types of financial consequences, well, that's their problem for not complying. It's incidental.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Nope. Seeing none. The next, Ryan, thank you. The next deputy is Mason Fitzpatrick.
Morning, Council. Morning, staff. I don't intend to detain you long. My name is Mason Fitzpatrick. I'm Director of Communications at the Federation of Metro Tenant Associations. Our organization was founded in 1974, and since then we've been organizing, educating, and advocating for tenants across the city. One of our most popular services is our Tenant Rights Hotline, which receives over 8,000 calls every single year. And the subject of a lot of these calls is when tenants find themselves in a situation where they move into a new building to find that it's not what was advertised to them by real estate agents or landlords, et cetera. And we view RentSafeTO's signage program, and particularly the color-coded signs, as a way to mitigate these situations as an objective and external body that's able to evaluate buildings so tenants know exactly what they're in for before they move in. And so we support the interim executive director's recommendations on this point. We also very strongly support the interim executive director's recommendations related to the fee restructuring for remedial action. In 2025 alone, we received over 2,300 calls related to maintenance and repairs, 572 of which were situations in which landlords had outright refused to make repairs, and 272 of those inquiries were from tenants whose landlords made repairs that were inadequate. A further 110 inquiries were related to vital services being interrupted, so that's water, heating, electricity, et cetera, things that cannot be left for very long without a serious issue. In our view, this data speaks to a situation in which landlords are dragging their feet or using delay tactics while tenants are stuck waiting for LTB orders or hearings that place them at a disadvantage while the issues remain unresolved. And that's why we view remedial action as an important tool to rebalance the scales in favor of tenants and actually resolve the source of their issues instead of waiting around for the landlord to do it or for the courts to order them to do it. We see the fee restructuring, particularly the scalable 20% that will be applied to larger jobs above $10,000 as a progressive step in the right direction because it presents a higher cost exposure for landlords. And of course, it's always the bigger jobs that are delayed the most, such as the situation that animated the discussion at the March 25th council meeting about $500. That was, of course, several building-wide issues that were being delayed. However, much more still needs to be done to address the overarching needs of tenants across Toronto, and as our data demonstrates, as well as the stories we encounter every day in the buildings and on the phone with tenants, there's lots more work to be done, and neglect is still unfortunately the norm. We support these recommendations, and we look forward to their implementation by RentSafeTO. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No, seeing none. Oh, Councillor Nunziata has a question for you. Don't go away, Mason.
Please.
Just a question. Do you think that a lot of the landlords out there are using the appeal process to delay the work that needs to be done, and they continue to appeal these orders, and that's a huge problem for tenants?
I would certainly say so. And then added on top of that is the fact that landlords are often going to have a lawyer on staff, or at least the resources to access a lawyer, whereas tenants, usually don't. And so they're already at a disadvantage in that situation as well.
So if we increase the fines where landlords don't have the option of appealing
they do.
Second time, because I've always said that because I'm frustrated with that appeal process as well. It's hard to tell a tenant it's been in court for 3 years, and they're waiting for the work to be done. Maybe you have to if you give a landlord strict fines or penalize them, you'll see the work being done a lot faster than going through the appeal process, correct?
I certainly agree with that.
Yeah, because I think that's a big issue with landlords.
Yeah, I agree. Like, we can figure out, I guess, an appeal afterwards or who pays for it, but really, like, the important thing is that tenants are waiting for the work to be done.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. I think that's all the questions. Daryl Chong. Hi, Daryl.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you. Let me just plug this in if you don't mind. Do I need to push a, is it coming up?
You're coming up here.
Great.
Right.
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning, Chair, committee members. As you know, the Greater Toronto Apartment Association represents the owners and managers of more than 150,000 units of multifamily purpose-built rental housing across the GTA, mostly in the City of Toronto. Our members are proudly providing this housing in professionally managed buildings, and we care about our customers. City staff have been tasked with reviewing color coding or people labeling for a long time. Many times over the past years, and have consistently recommended against it for a lot of reasons, including confusion caused by red and yellow, which are internationally known as danger, hard stop, do not proceed, and maybe stop, do not proceed, but if you must, do so with an abundance of caution. Traffic lights are the best example, universally understood. Staff wrote that this could mislead people to believe that their buildings are closed, dangerous, uninhabitable when referring to red labels. And just to be clear, this is from a staff report. These are not my words. These are staff words. This report's from November 2019. City staff have also consistently highlighted their concerns regarding stigmatization and disproportionately stigmatizing low-income individuals and families. Labeling people in their homes has always been a bad idea. City staff reports have always said this. In the previous And this is, again, staff reports that say stigmatization, not the industry, the city staff. In the previous versions, 86 to 100% was categorized as good, which seems reasonable. 66 to 85 was satisfactory. However, in today's iteration, a 96 gets you just to satisfactory. An 83 is downgraded to what is presumed to be yellow and needs improvement. These are unreasonably high thresholds. It seems these ranges were selected to make sure that 800 buildings fall into the lowest categories. So if your goal is to confuse and stigmatize the people, the most families, the most children, and the most people visiting these families and children, then this bad idea, as designed, spot on. But if your goal is to fix 500 DAWs and some other notoriously bad properties, then a more surgical approach is needed, such as remedial action. That'd be more effective without the collateral damage of confusion and stigmatization. GTA members are good operators. We generally score solidly in the 90s. We have a bunch of 100s as well. We don't defend bad operators, and we encourage you to go after them with all the tools that you have. But you've diluted your attention by systematically visiting excellent buildings, spending lots of staff time on 97s, 98s, 99s, and even 100s. It feels like your inability to remedy deficiencies at DAWs has spurred a punitive response and a revival of this bad idea. So people labeling continues to be a bad idea, which you should abandon. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow has some questions for you.
Hi, Daryl. Hi. First of all, do you believe this is just about 500 DAWs, or do you accept that there are far too many landlords who have been bad landlords in our city?
There are several. I've seen the tables about the buildings that are in the red category as proposed. Mm-hmm. That's too many.
Yeah, and certainly not every landlord is a bad landlord, but there are too many, and we need to address that, don't we?
We do.
If you and your family were living in an apartment where there are bugs and rodents, and it's an unsafe and unhealthy environment, and your landlord has been ignoring you and your neighbors for many, many years, do you believe that you would feel stigmatized?
I think there's a better way to do it. What I mentioned earlier.
But in that situation, like would you feel more? Would you? And also, if let's say you don't believe that government in City Hall has heard you well enough, or listened, or addressed it quickly enough, and you don't know if anyone's hearing you at all, is it not the living conditions where you even feel ashamed to invite people over? Isn't that more stigmatizing than having a sign that finally validates how you've been living for years?
You know, I think the dilution of the city's efforts has resulted in a handful of buildings continuously being in that sort of state of condition.
May I ask you, though, dilution of the city's efforts, how has it worked out for 500 DAWs without these efforts? In other words, what has been diluted? We haven't done it yet. We were hoping to do it many years ago.
You know, so we knew about 500 DAWs at the beginning of this program. Like, this is not something that just materialized in the last couple of years. This has been a notorious building. The Krebs, everyone, there's lots of stories about them. But again, so instead of focusing all of your attention, maybe starting 7 or 8 or 10 years ago on 500 DAWs and a few other properties, you've spent a lot of time running around to buildings that are scoring in the 90s. Out of the 3,600 buildings, the average score is 90. But so that's the dilution of staff time. You have staff writing the same report over and over that says this is a bad idea, until you've directed staff to just go do it anyway.
You're not suggesting that the city should only be dealing with the worst of the worst. What if there is a building that
I do
only
say
the worst of the? What if there's a material problem? What if there's a substantive problem in a building that may not be the worst, but it still has to be fixed?
Substantive problems, yes. The worst of the worst, absolutely. But what about the buildings that are scoring 197? Like, why even bother with them?
Are you, the experience of most tenants has been that the scoring system has actually been outweighted to allowing many of the landlords to get higher scores because they get points over basically just doing the basics. And actually the reforms being submitted are actually supposed to improve the fairness of the system so that it focuses on the problems.
So the city or council has directed staff to revise the system over and over, several iterations of it. And every time, I think the goal of council is to be more punitive. Every time you do this, the buildings still score 97. That scored 97 previously. These are excellent buildings. There's lots of them. You keep wasting your time on them.
Ultimately, though, you're speaking about, and may I ask you, do you recognize that you're speaking about a color-coded sign initiative that has not yet been implemented? You're suggesting that we shouldn't be doing something that would fail before ever doing it. And so you don't know what will happen when we do it. What we do know is that there are buildings like 500 Dawes and others that have been effectively forgotten and not addressed well enough. Do you not recognize that the stigmatization that tenants are feeling is the experience of feeling forgotten, not being supported, not having enforcement done effectively and adequately, and that sign in the window is telling them that they are seen, and as was said before, telling prospective tenants, and yes, it is a red sign saying stop. Don't go in there if you're worried about the landlord being neglectful and not supportive of your family's health and safety.
I think you can paint that building red and it wouldn't make a difference.
What do you mean?
We've known about this address for a decade and it hasn't been remedied.
Okay, really, Councillor, we're at 5 minutes now.
So you agree that we should be doing things that we haven't done before?
No, I think this is a bad idea and I think everyone knows it.
Okay.
I disagree.
It just feels punitive when you know it's not results oriented.
Okay. Daryl, thank you. Okay. Councillor Nunziata has a question for you.
Yeah. Okay, so do you not think, I don't know why you feel that landlords are not supporting this program, because would you not think that if we do this, which we're going to do it, and we've been working on this for a while, wouldn't it be incentive to the landlord financially to repair the building and at code so they can get more tenants moving in? Do you not think that that would be in the best interest of the landlord?
Agreed, Councillor. So the GTA's members score solidly in the 90s by and large. This won't affect us. I'm not here to say that we don't like this because all of our buildings are red and they shouldn't be red. None of our buildings in our membership are red, right? We're not here for that. I'm not here for that reason. It's just an offensive thing to do, and it's not results-oriented. The whole program has diluted the attention or the efforts of staff. You run around to 3,600 buildings every 2 years in a cycle, and most of the buildings are in the 90s. Like, we look at them, we see the inspectors in the buildings, and we wonder, they actually wonder, what am I doing here?
Well, also, too, it was mentioned.
Building is beautiful.
Also was mentioned by some of the deputants that, you know, we don't do in-unit inspections. And if we started doing that, I think you'll get more reds. But in my opinion.
That's a mutual responsibility.
Okay,
in
but
Hamilton, the city of Hamilton's just adopted a similar program. And in their adoption of it, they've implemented a $450 fine to tenants that don't participate for pest control. So the tenant's responsibility to prepare their unit in advance of pest control is doing several things like moving things away, packaging things up. And if they don't do that repeatedly, the city will fine the tenants $450.
Yeah, okay.
So it's a dual responsibility within the unit. You know, we've seen examples of dangerous flammable situations or fire situations, things piled on top of stoves that haven't been cleaned, grease accumulation. These appliances were clean when they were rented. They're not cleaned weekly by the management staff. So there's a mutual responsibility inside the unit for sure.
Well, there's no way you can convince me, but I don't know what you're afraid of. But anyway,
Not afraid of this.
Thank you, thank you.
Councillor Myers, do you have any questions? No? Okay. Thank you, Daryl. The next deputant we have is Ann Lee. Ann, I understand you're online.
Hello. Can everyone hear me? Oh,
Hi, Ann. Yes, we can hear you. Thank you so much for coming to Depute today. You've got 5 minutes. You can start when you're ready.
Hi. So I've been listening to everyone speaking, and I'm just relating to cockroaches. So I'm going to speak about my personal experience, but also just commenting. So regarding the high scores, my building has a 90% score, and it is cockroach infested. And you do see them in the common areas, but it's just that they're at maybe at night or early morning. You know, I have one video where in December I'm like walking down past the elevators to the stairwell. I'm like, you know, stepping on 5 different cockroaches along the way. So those scores are questionable. And also they're also very visible, you know, building code violations. You can, I mean, this is not the main issue, but if you go to a laundry room, you can see walls that, you know, they don't even go all the way down. You can see all the pipes and wiring exposed, except, you know, they're behind the washer and dryers. There's, you know, insulation falling down from where the pipes go into the concrete, like they're not completely sealed. So many things like that. And then regarding that situation that you just mentioned before I got on, yeah, you know, I moved into an apartment where it was infested with cockroaches right from the beginning. They sprayed it twice the month before I moved in, I was told. But it turned out the fridge and stove were infested. And, you know, they didn't do move out inspection, and it was like, you know, even though they have lawyers on their, you know, so my landlord's Toronto Community Housing, I have a market rent apartment. You know, they flaunt the laws, basically. You know, I signed the same lease as everyone. With the application, I said I put in writing that the super agreed to do a move out inspection and any necessary repairs. And but after I moved in, I agreed that they didn't have to paint the walls. But after I moved in, they told me that, you know, oh, you took the apartment as is, so we don't have to do anything. And that was repeated by everyone, even though completely false. So, 2 minutes, sorry. But basically, the other thing is, you know, someone mentioned in-unit inspections. I think video is also important. So when my ceiling been leaking, I have a ceiling in one of my bedrooms been leaking for 5 years, and a few years ago, the officer left on vacation and couldn't. You know, I was begging him when it leaked a second time if we could maybe do at least a video call, but he said he couldn't. And then when he came back a few weeks later, he said, well, because he didn't see it in person, he couldn't follow up on it. So that's important. And also, you know, the way certain tenants are treated versus others, I'm worried even with all these updates, like we're not addressing the corruption. So they have a section of officers just from my landlord, just for Toronto Community Housing. And I think there's a compromised relationship. When I was often told to talk to the landlord myself, you know, you know, yeah. So I had this officer that was insisting, oh, they're being transparent, whatever, and then but refusing to share with me even basic information. And then like now I'm seeing, yeah, that would be very expensive to even get that information. And when I spoke to the vendor, they gave me they said, why don't you talk to the contractor? I looked it up, and then there was retaliation for that, where the super incited one of the contractors to harass me. There was, you know, even though they escalated the lead, you know, since August, September, there's no follow-up. And then when I tried to speak, I don't know, time is running out. When I tried to speak, you know, I was also told repeatedly, so I called twice to 3111 and asked to speak to a supervisor and said I was transferred to the communications director, and, you know, was told that there's no supervisors. And then, but when I Googled it, I found that's not true. I found the list of supervisor, talked to the manager, you know, one of the managers, I won't name them, but they were very abusive and belligerent, and was telling me, you know, even said to me, well, we're not advocates. you should talk to landlord yourself. And I think there needs to be more and going, was repeatedly when I asked, can I speak to the direct supervisor? She just told me, oh, why do you want to talk to him? He works for me, blah, blah, blah. Over and over. I hung up, called the next name on the list. Unfortunately, that person was more reasonable, but couldn't address the, I asked if there could be a different officer, and he didn't do that. And I know I'm sorry, I'm running out of time, but I'll follow up with, I guess, written remarks. But yeah, I mean, I think we should look at that. And even now, I have the city councilor assistant following up for me, and it took them weeks for them finally to get something architectural.
Anne, I'm afraid you're at time. I'm going to have to ask you to stop there. Yeah. Are there any questions for Anne? No, seeing none. Thank you so much for your deputation. Next, I have listed Nicole Corrado. Nicole, I understand you're online.
Hello?
Hi, Nicole.
Yes, what I was yes, thank you. And one of the things that is what I was going to say is that it really concerns me about the pest control. It concerns me that the city is yet to hire a pest abatement company. A lot of these companies, especially for animals like mice and rats, use really horrible methods like glue traps, and that the animals rip their limbs off and their fur off to try to get out of, and they'll often put the glue traps in live traps even, and they'll also put poison out, that anticoagulant poison that takes days. It's really painful for the animals, and it goes right up the food chain. It's really toxic stuff. It's so bad that, yeah, it's very sad that I think it's really unfortunate that the poisons will go right up the food chain. Really unfortunate that the city of Toronto is not taking a humane approach, because the problem is food attractant. So the color coding system, I completely agree with that, but I think there also should be an effort for humane, truly effective wildlife management. And the real pest is their use is the attractants. So attractant control and fixing the holes. There are companies that you can get through rodenticide-free.ca that only use humane methods. So I would highly recommend that, people should have a choice. They should not be forced to have a cruel company come into their space, their living space, when they don't want, a cruel company to have to deal with them. But yeah, there's often cruel companies that the city will be forced to use a cruel company. Is the thing.
Nicole, is that all you wanted to share with us today?
Yeah, but I think that Toronto should be having a humane company that they should try to work with.
Okay, we've heard you on that. Thank you so much for your deputation. Are there any questions for Nicole? No, seeing none. Members, I understand that Arnold Margulis, who I called earlier, is connected now. Arnold, are you ready to make a deputation to us? Here you
yes.
are. Hi, welcome.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I wanted to support the initiative for the improved color coding system, as well as with bad landlords going on a serious note, and also Councillors Matlow suggestion to change the culture of MLS, and I'm well experienced with the existing culture. In particular, I'm a tenant of Toronto Seniors Housing Corporation, and there was a ventilation shutdown for half a year, water shutdown in common areas. The heating system in summer was switched to 50 degrees Celsius in laundry, and the MLS inspectors, 3 of them consequently give excellent score to the building because of appearance of the lobby. So, and only because of my evidence and personal contacts with the leadership of RentSafeTO, etc. So eventually they issued the compliance orders. So Mr. Chong, it all depends on how the colors are going to be enforced and how careful the inspectors are going to be in assigning these colors. And the frequency of inspections should be different depending on the color. So that addresses your efficiency issue. So going back to the staff report, I suggest to to look at the other aspects of the issue. For example, who is responsible now for improving property standards? This is a main tool. Apparently, MLS, this is not appropriate. They should be contributor, but not sole responsibility for improvement. We need to have an advisory committee with the members of the public, ACORN members, etc., who would contribute to this process. And I also participated in a number of such meetings with MLS, and I say that the advisory committee is absolutely critical in improving property standards because MLS, sometimes they try to avoid enforcement of certain sections inconvenient for them or which require joint inspections of the buildings. Also, the suggestions should be posted on MLF's website, so the general public should contribute through chat system and provide suggestions even to advisory committee. So going to, for example, in my experience, what property standards section should be improved. Again, about the advisory committee, I'm just asking to put it maybe as a amendment now to look if it's a useful idea and immediately vote on it as a motion. So going back to property standards, what should be improved? If you look at section 6 to 927, it talks about walls and ceilings, but apparently the property standards treats walls as dry walls. These are decorative elements. They call it walls. This is inappropriate. Don't forget that almost every unit has the drywall compartments where pipes run vertically or horizontally. And they also usually penetrate the floor, the ceiling, and the walls. And there are holes around these pipes. So in order to enforce sealing these holes, we need to give proper definition of what wall is. Drywall is not wall. And the property standards inspectors should be able to enforce, namely this, sealing the holes and cracks around the pipes hidden in pipe compartments. And this is critical from the fire safety, from the health and safety, from preventing the landlords from poisoning the tenant's environment, which unfortunately also the case in several buildings. So this section should be improved. Section 6 to 939, ventilation. For some reason, it treats only for joint purpose buildings the prevented noxious fumes. This is not appropriate, and the residential property should also be included in this section so that MLS would issue orders to prevent noxious fumes purposely injected by the landlord to prevent them from entering the tenant units. So the section 6 to 937, plumbing, the says that section A to B, that it should be, from approved medical officer of health. It requires both Toronto water and Toronto MLS inspector joint inspections.
Arnold, thank you so much. You're at time now. We appreciate your deputation. Are there any questions for Arnold? No, seeing none. Arnold, thank you so much for joining us today. I think I have No, I got Nicole. That completes the list of deputations we have. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Myers.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Chair. My question resolves around some of the comments from ACOR, specifically the suggestion to have a universal form. Why was that never considered?
Thank you for the question. Through you, Chair. A universal form is not something that we as MLS can prescribe onto landlords. What we do require them to have is to have a system of communication between tenants and themselves to identify work orders and what work needs to be done. What we do provide is we provide a template that can be used in those situations, and we provide information and education in multiple languages on that.
Okay, do other cities use universal forms? In Ontario?
I'm not sure on that particular answer. I can. Okay.
And then I guess regarding the audits, is there a reason why we don't do a better job of letting tenants know that we'll be on the property? And can you confirm whether we do surprise audits, or do we always give advance notice?
So through the chair, there are some requirements for us to give notice when we do come in to do an audit, so they're not surprised. We are.
Does that apply if you also do just an inspection, a random inspection? A formal audit, yes, but a random inspection, no, correct?
So in most cases, what we respond to are service requests that bring us into the building. And certainly once we're in the building, if we observe violations of the bylaw, I would expect that our bylaw officers are noting that and following up.
Okay, so there's no reason that we have to give advance notice if we just do an inspection.
Right, sorry, through the chair, if we do need to get into certain areas behind locked doors or other things, then yes, we do have to give notice to ensure they know that we're there.
Okay, and is there a reason why we can't give notice to the tenants?
Through the chair, we do inform tenants that we are going to be on the property. An audit is a fairly intensive evaluation of a building, so we are there, physically there. There are also tenant engagement events that we do at buildings, so we have visibility and we're there, in the front lobby, and we're throughout the building. As always,
How do we inform the tenants?
Communications with tenants is definitely an area that could always use improvement, and that is something that we are constantly working on, both internally at MLS as well with other partners, for example, with CXT throughout the city, of how do we better communicate with tenants so they know what's going on in their building and they know what we're doing.
And during the audits, do the tenants have an opportunity to speak with MLS staff to let them know about specific concerns that they might have?
Through the chair, absolutely. And that is in fact something that we are counting on, because that is a good opportunity for our officers to be invited into in-suites to conduct inspections so that they can then use those to issue orders that will further impact the score of the building. So it's very much encouraged.
Thank you. And then there was a talk about $650 for some forms required for an LTB hearing. Is there a reason why the cost would be so much, or is there something that we can do to help these tenants?
Through the chair, I don't have all the details on that particular number. The brief thing that I saw was that the individual required to go through the FOI process as a city process, and that's where the costs were.
And can those costs be waived?
For the chair, that's a city clerk's question.
Can I get the clerks to answer that then, please?
So, Councillor, I've asked the committee administrator, and she said that she would have to get someone more senior from clerks to answer that. I'll do my best to try to get an answer to you, but it might take a little while. Okay?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Any further questions? Councillor Nunziata.
Yeah, thank you. I had a tenant meeting the other night, and I was told that it's $5 to get a fee, but possibly if you have more than one item, and then it adds up. Am I not correct on that, on those fees for a free?
Through the chair, that is a $5 application fee.
So if it's 650, that means there's quite a few documents that are requested.
Correct.
Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, just want to clarify that. So as far as the in-unit inspection, so if a tenant requests for an inspection, then you can go door to door and go into the unit and do an inspection, correct?
Through the chair, that is correct, if we're invited in.
So, because I've had a number of meetings with tenants, and we actually, in RentSafe, staff are there, and we encouraged them that we were going to go in and gave notices for them to be there in their unit so we can do a proper inspection, correct? I know you weren't there, but your staff was there.
Through the chair, absolutely, and we do recognize that many of these issues are in-suite issues.
Yeah.
The more we can see them and the more we can action them through orders, the better results for tenants, and also the more reflective a score for the building as a whole.
Right. So it's good to encourage tenants when there are issues in a building, and I do that whenever I have meetings, to encourage these tenants to contact us and to request for an inspection, and we can go in and inspect a number of units at the same time. And as far as, I would say, let the tenants know in advance that there's an audit, not the landlord, because usually if you let the landlord, they clean up the place before you're there. That's happened. So, correct, if you get a number of requests from tenants, you could do the overall, the whole building inspection if there's a number of requests. Correct?
Through the chair, again, we can do common areas of the building as of our powers under the bylaw. For in-suite, we would have to have the invitation of the tenant to do so. And I'll just add that also in 2025, for example, we did about 11,584 door knocks throughout the program to encourage in-suite issues to be raised.
Yeah, I know we did one on Lawrence and Keel, that building, and we had quite a few meetings there actually, and I tried to encourage those tenants. So as far as the process here now with the signs, so all the signs will be mailed to landlords, right? By June 1st.
That's correct. So all three signs, the green, yellow, and red, will be mailed. And it's the responsibility of the landlord to post it to post the appropriate sign, depending on their score, in a conspicuous place, and also to update the sign within 14 days of a change in their score or a change in their category.
So do we inspect, once we've mailed the signs, do we inspect the buildings to ensure that the signs have actually been posted, or do we just take the word that they're putting it up and where they're putting it up? Do we inspect and ensure that the signs are actually posted where there should be?
So through the chair, it is an obligation on the landlord to display the sign. It is an offense if they do not display the sign. So what we will do is, when we are at a location, we will inspect that sign as part of the regular inspection of the building. But again, if tenants notice that a sign is not posted, again, calling 311 and letting us know of that would get us there faster.
So we're going to communicate that information to tenants then. that they call us if the signs have to be replaced, because I could see some landlords just throwing them in the garbage, right? So we have to make sure the signs are properly posted. Okay, so I know that you've been working on this report for quite a few years, and I think that you've also been working with Acorn on this report on some of your consultation meetings.
That's correct.
Right. And so they gave their opinion and comments as well, and that's incorporated in your report?
Through the chair, yes, we've had extensive consultations with tenant associations and landlords throughout this process.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Matlow. Oh, okay. Are there any other questions of staff? No, seeing none. Councillor Matlow would like to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want to thank staff for bringing forward a report that moves forward with initiatives that we've been asking for many years. And I want to acknowledge and express my gratitude to the remarkable advocacy of organizations like Acorn, FMTA, and others who I've worked very closely with to bring forward, first of all, RentSafe to begin with. We fought to get RentSafe into reality. But as proud as we were for that success, and it was hard to get, I mean, there were threats and whole campaigns against us when we were trying to get that done. As proud as we are with RentSafe, we are the first to admit when RentSafe needs to be better and when it's not doing enough. And we heard that very clearly. Then we advocated to complete the first iteration of RentSafe with color-coded signs. And I'm going to make it really clear, and I'm going to double down this. The stigma that we hear from tenants is not a matter of a sign in the window. That sign in the window is a validation that they are finally being heard because they are being stigmatized by living in unhealthy and unsafe conditions for far too long by a neglectful landlord. And it is a sign in the window telling them that we see you, we hear you, we are willing to take action, and to prospective tenants that, yeah, if you see a red sign in the window, you may want to consider going somewhere else, somewhere that actually cares about you. But ultimately, it's about effectively getting results. And we also, for years, advocated for remedial action, motion after motion advocating for remedial action. And under the past administrations, that wasn't happening, even though we had the legal ability to do it. And that's why I also want to acknowledge Mayor Chow. What used to be a fight actually had real support this time. And by having this toolbox in front of us, what it means is that for the many good landlords out there, when there are problems, we work with them to fix things because they want to fix things, because they care about the people whose homes they have responsibility for. And I want to acknowledge that we have a lot of good landlords in the city. But unfortunately, we've got far too many bad ones too. Landlords who look at their tenants as mere sources of revenue rather than people who have homes in their building who need to be respected and cared about. And when they don't care about other people, we've got to tell them that they better care about their own wallet, whether it be through an administrative penalty, whether it be through remedial action. And if they're not willing to fix what needs to be fixed, we're going to go in there and fix it for them and bill them after the fact. They need to know that. By having the accountability of the signs, by knowing that they are going to be facing real monetary consequences if they don't do their jobs, that's a signal, a very clear message to those landlords that we have not only expectations, but we're not saying please. We're no longer begging, cajoling. We're not going to cooperate with you for 2 decades, hoping that one day you'll see the light of day, you'll have an epiphany and be a better human being. We're telling you that we're going to come after you if you don't do it. And why do we do this? Similarly with DineSafe, we don't want people, going into a restaurant and finding a rat in their soup. Why should people's homes be treated any less? I've heard too many stories from tenants who have told me that they have felt ashamed to invite family over to their home because of the conditions that they've been left in. That's stigma. and that they've come to government after government, city hall after city hall, saying, can you do something? And it's one thing when we say, well, we can't do it. We don't have the power to do it. You know what? The City of Toronto has very few powers under the provincial government. But when we have the power to do something, we better damn well use it, and we are. So I'm really proud of the advocacy. Acorn, by the way, is incredible. They've said to friendly councillors, we're gonna have your back if you do the right thing. And they've said to unfriendly councillors, we're gonna get you removed if you don't. They've done incredible advocacy to move this agenda forward. FMTA, ACTO, many others. And I'm so happy that their voices have finally been heard. I've worked with them for years. We've made a lot of progress, but now I am hopeful that we are getting to a place where we finally have the tools in the toolbox to have their backs in the way that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councillors want to speak? Councillor Nunziata?
Thank you. So I'll move the recommendations in the report, and I can. I do support the recommendations, and first of all, I want to thank staff for bringing forward this report. They've worked hard on this report, and thank you for your recommendations. And I do know that I've had a number of meetings with tenants, and staff have attended those meetings. Some of them in TCHC buildings as well. And what I found that when I invite staff there, RentSafe, that a lot of the tenants didn't even know that they existed, didn't know. And so we were handing out these brochures, and they were actually surprised they didn't know this. And so I think it's important as well is that we try to engage tenants, and councillors could have regular meetings with tenants, which I do, to get that message out. Because once you get that message out, the tenants know what their rights are and what they can do. And I have a lot of slum landlords in my ward, I can tell you. It's what really bothers me, and I mention it to staff, but I know that, it's out of our jurisdiction, but, when these landlords appeal and then they're in the courts, and here you're waiting 2 or 3 years, and tenants call you, so what's the update? Well, it's in court, it's in court, it's in court. And it keeps getting delayed and appealed, and that's frustrating. As far as I'm concerned, that process shouldn't even be in place. If they're a landlord that continues to have infractions, I think that they should be penalized and, with fines, and if the city has to go in and do the work, they do the work, because it's frustrating for tenants. And I think I think the staff are doing an amazing job when they attend meetings and they're going and they're working with tenants. And I want to thank you for that, because it's really an eye-opener for a lot of tenants. And, that they do have an opportunity, they have an option. And a lot of them, what I say to tenants too when I attend their meeting, and they tell me about some of the issues that are happening in the building, I say, well, have you contacted the city? No, we haven't. Well, it's important that you do, because if you don't contact the city, then the city, we can't go in and inspect, and we don't know how many orders there are for this building, because when you bring staff there, they show they haven't received any calls. So that's really important, to engage the tenants and let the tenants know they do have their rights, and they need to use that and contact the city, because there's a lot that we can do. And again, I want to thank the deputants that came here today to make a deputation. It's very, very important to Acorn. And thank you to staff. And I'll move the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Myers, did you have anything you want to say? No? Okay. I'll speak. So today is an important day, but today is nowhere near the end of the journey. Many of us at City Hall have been trying for not just the last decade, but I can remember Howard Moscow working in the 1990s for something called landlord licensing, which unfortunately we were unable to achieve because of the way provincial law works. And one part of the work we've been doing, as you know, the City of Toronto has a housing charter saying that people have the right to housing, including safe and dignified housing. Because of that work, we've established something called the Housing Rights Advisory Committee. And at the Housing Rights Advisory Committee last week, we invited someone called the Federal Housing Advocate, because the federal government says that tenants should have rights too. And they created that. And we asked her to go and look at the legal rights of tenants to live in safe and dignified housing right across Canada, and to look at the legal frameworks that exist. And what we basically found is in every province in this country, landlords and their right to own property is legally recognized, and tenants and their right to live in safe and dignified housing is not. There is a deep systemic issue in Canada that privileges the ownership of property over the rights of people to live in a safe, dignified, and secure way. And it's something that we have to all work together on. The federal government has promised, it promised over 2 years ago, to pass a tenant's Bill of Rights that would set a standard right across the country that said, for example, if there is a property deficiency in a building you live in, you have the right to be part of that court process. If there is a property standards issue in your building, you have the right to be notified of that. It would say that you have the right to safe, dignified, and secure housing, period, end of sentence. And you have the legal tools to pursue those rights independently of the City of Toronto or the federal government or whatever provincial government is operating. That's the prize. That's where we have to get to. And today, city staff have made some steps towards that, but while we continue to operate in a legal framework where the rights of property owners to extract value from tenants supersede the rights of tenants to a safe and secure place to live is wrong. We have to work in partnership with that. I know that many members of the Toronto Public Service work every day towards trying to achieve that goal, and I'm proud of them for doing that. I know that groups like ACORN and FMTA and the various housing rights organizations right across Canada are working on that. I think it's time we worked in partnership to achieve that. And that's our next goal. That's our next step. To say that you shouldn't have to rely on lucking into finding a good landlord, that you actually have rights whether the landlord is good or not, that every single person who pays rent to live has the rights established in law and the legal tools to enforce and pursue those rights. When we have a Canada that does that, when we have an Ontario that does that, then we will have the tools in your hands and the tools in the hands of the City of Toronto so that nobody lives in inadequate housing. And that's just a basic standard. So congratulations on where we've got today. Let's hold hands and build a system that truly works for all tenants. Thank you. Okay.
Recorded vote.
Okay, we had a request for a recorded vote. If we could get Councillor Myers up, thank you. All those in favor, Councillor Matlow, Councillor Perks, Councillor Nunziata, and Councillor Myers. Okay, so that's that down. What's next? PH 29.5, Advancing the City's Affordable Housing Access System. We have some deputants. I see Arnold's listed again. Arnold Margulis. I think Arnold was online.
Thank you for allowing me to speak this time. Obviously, it's a noble goal to integrate, the affordable rental housing into the existing centralized housing access system. And it allows for a unified process that would definitely benefit everyone of the applicants. I just wanted to add some kind of amendments to this. The first is 100% draw. I think we need to give some tools to the councillors to work with their constituency, and that requires at least 5% reserved, space in the affordable housing. Many councillors consider it a major part of their work, and it should be supported. Now, the other thing is transfers. Many people stay, let's say, for 10 years on the wait list. Then they come to an RGI unit, only to find within 2 weeks that because of their complaints, to MLS, they are now a target. And they are targeted by the landlord, and suddenly they need a transfer. And the transfer should also be integrated into this system. Like part of the affordable housing communities are RGI units. And the tenants of current Toronto seniors housing and the community housing should be able, when they apply for transfer, to choose to transfer outside of the system, especially if they have some conflict with the corporate leadership who doesn't want to address reported issues in the buildings. So, and obviously eligibility in this case would be considered by the Housing Secretariat, and the existing tenant transfer policies should be adjusted to reflect the fact that tenant can transfer to a different system within the Toronto housing portfolio. And also, appropriate software like adjustment should be done so that there's transfer tenants to fully participate in centralized, system selection process as it exists now. So I'll give you an example. For example, when I moved into the building a few years ago in seniors housing, there were major issues that MLS was refusing to recognize in the form of orders. When I started complaining and insisting on correcting these issues, the local staff simply drilled holes through the floor of the above unit and started fumigating my unit with toxic chemicals. When I started reporting it repeatedly to Toronto Community Housing, who owns the building, and Toronto Seniors Housing leadership and board of directors, the leadership couldn't find the better way just to try to evict me on totally fabricated case with, landlord and tenant board. And that's about it. They refused to do the professional inspection, and they refused to, to change back the illegal alterations in the above unit. The local staff then started fumigating the hallways, trying to speed up tenants turnaround. It's the means to the cemetery, by the way. 3 tenants around my unit died within the last half a year because of this, I believe. And the purpose is to receive more funds from the unit renovation funds, which are then possibly laundered through the set of trusted contractors. So what I'm saying is that there are circumstances when the tenant cannot be transferred within the existing system. And they should be allowed to be transferred from to a different system, such as affordable rental community, RGI unit. And it should be done obviously through the same centralized housing access system, and the Housing Secretariat to be responsible for eligibility assessment. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputant? Just a moment. We'll get there. Seeing no questions, thank you so much for your deputation. Next deputant we have is Rosalie Thompson. Hi, Rosalie. Welcome. Can I ask someone? Yeah, we'll have someone come speak to you to understand what the issue is. Okay, Rosalie, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Rosalie Thompson. I'm a staff lawyer with the Advocacy Centre for Tenants Ontario. We're a specialty community legal clinic. We're funded by Legal Aid Ontario. And we have a provincial mandate to advance and protect the interests of low-income tenants on issues that affect their ability to stay in housing, but also to access housing. And so today, our clinic is here to lend our full support to the Housing Secretariat Report Item 29.5, and specifically the recommended that targeted allocation requests from housing providers where the targeted group is not one of the priority groups identified by the city to access housing be subject to some checks and balances, and specifically that housing providers provide a legal opinion confirming compliance with the Ontario Human Rights Code, and secondly, that such requests for targeted allocation be subject to approval by council. As a tenant advocate, I have the opportunity and the privilege to speak one-on-one with many, many tenants. And I also have the privilege as someone who works for ACTO to see how housing laws are made on a structural level. And so this means I can see the effects of laws and policies on the everyday lives of individuals. We all know the city is facing a crisis in affordability that affects not only those living in deep poverty, but its effects extend to those who have moderate income levels also. Tenants have very few rental options that will not force them to pay unaffordable rents. This is starkly illustrated by the 60% of tenants in Ontario who report having to cut back on food and other essential items, other necessities, to pay shelter costs. Toronto's food banks are also very overloaded. We've had over 4.1 million visits in the 2024-2025 year, and that's a huge increase, 340% increase from 2019. 88% of food bank clients live in unaffordable housing. We also know that discrimination in the search for housing further exacerbates the crisis for those who are from groups that have historically been excluded from housing, including those with disabilities, people who are racialized, people on fixed incomes such as old age security, people who've newly immigrated to Canada, and Indigenous people. An understanding of this type of discrimination is what led to the city identifying priority populations, or specific groups who face extraordinary barriers to securing housing, and developing policy to meet the needs of people who have the most need for housing, for affordable housing, I should say. For the past 20 years, we've lost affordable renting housing units without building enough units to replace them. So what that means is that we really have a bottleneck in the mid and lower rental levels where Torontonians cannot find housing that's affordable. So the need outstrips the demand, and it goes without saying that the housing crisis has affected everyone, but it has affected some people disproportionately. We have the data to back that up. So those who have historically been disadvantaged in economic life and in housing feel the effects of the housing crisis even more acutely. Tackling the housing crisis in this city requires all hands on deck. It requires collaboration with the private sector. And ensuring that housing solutions reach everyone equitably means proactive policies and procedures responsive to the lived realities of those who face disproportionate hardship in accessing rental units. So returning to the recommendation at hand, the pathways to access affordable housing must be informed by these principles as well. The pathways should be compliant with the Ontario Human Rights Code and with the Toronto Housing Charter. These pathways must ensure that public resources are not shifted away from populations with the greatest housing need. The receipt of public benefits comes with public responsibilities. And it's our opinion that the Secretariat's recommendation strikes the right balance. It asks housing providers to ensure that access to these new affordable housing units is rolled out lawfully, it's rolled out in compliance with the Human Rights Code, and that on-ramps to affordable housing be aligned with the city's action plan on housing and the Housing Charter. Having the approval of council will ensure that the principles at the heart and the policy rationales at the heart of the city's housing policy are not compromised. And just to wrap up, that brings us a little bit closer to our goal of creating communities that are resilient, diverse, and vibrant, and where everyone has a fair chance at a safe and affordable place to live.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions? No, seeing none? Thank you for your advice today. The next deputant I have is Mason Fitzpatrick. No? Mason's not with us? Okay. Yusheng Cheng?
Yes.
Welcome.
I need to talk my eviction is wrong case. I am a disability person and a senior person. I live before is 168 John Street. Unit is 525. In their first LTB in 2022, give result is Toronto Senior Housing pay me 1 month's rent fee and application fee. But after that, my social work need I temperature leave shuttle. Then need landlord fix my unit cockroach and mouse hole. But after that, I leave shuttle is 2 years and 10 months. But landlord give me in my unit notice I can show they not is fixed and clear my unit, but later need I eviction. My all personal things, all is as garbage is gone. This is very wrong eviction. I appealed is some paralegal and lawyer want to volunteer, help me for appeal. But later, LTB only said is delay, not allowed this. So I require you. I can prepare Toronto Toronto government is help me check this is two record. First is 2022 September for my old building is a new inspection, this record. And second day is 2023 for May for a new inspection. I all got is first one level. You can check this, but I later for evacuation. So I don't know this evacuation correct or not correct, because that time, 2022 October to 2023 February, all public library is closed. So that time, have November 2022 LTB result said I need eviction, but my lawyer, before lawyer, is quit job, is leave Toronto or Canada. So this information I don't reserved. November 24th, 2022, I not reserved any evacuation documents. But December, my maintain doctor, social work, meet me, said, maybe you need move out. So I soon sit in my lawyer office outside 4 hours, but inside office 123 Edward 505, office manager is called 4 hours, not can find my evacuation documents. So close is Christmas, New Year. So this is no any documents showing me. But later said, I talk said, is volunteer paralegal first for 2024 April, and another lawyer in 2024 June want to help me for appeal. But later this is said appeal time is passed. So this is what reason? Because before LTB need to pay me 1 month and the application fee.
Thank you, Yusheng. You're at time now, so thank you very much for your deputation. Are there any questions for Yusheng? No? Thank you for coming and sharing that with us today. Okay, members, we'll reconvene at 1:30.
Are you Cindy? Are you Cindy?
Oh, okay. I'm actually, are you?
Councillor Myers, just wanted to do a mic check and check out your video as well.
Can you hear me?
We can't hear you in the room. If you could check your audio connections, please.
Jamal, sit and sit.
Councillor Myers, can we do an audio check with you? Your video is working fine, but no, we're still not getting audio. I think you need to unmute yourself.
You should be able to hear me. I'm speaking through my phone.
Now we could hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Questions of item 5. We had heard the debts.
Yeah. Okay, we have quorum. Call the meeting back to order. When we left, our heroes were considering item PH 29.5, advancing the city's affordable housing system, access system, and we had finished deputations. Are there any questions of staff?
Yeah, if I'm.
Councillor Nunziata.
Yeah, if I can just ask staff to give us a brief presentation on the item, please.
Just a brief verbal overview of the changes?
Yes.
Sure. Thank you for the question, Councillor, and through the chair. Currently, affordable housing projects within the City of Toronto are managed in a inconsistent, uncentralized manner with random draws developed and executed by individual housing providers. This creates challenges and confusions for both applicants who are required to apply to a number of random draws with multiple applications. It's administratively burdensome for housing providers and lacks the necessary oversight on a data perspective from the City of Toronto. As we look to grow the supply of affordable rental homes in the city and our incentive programs, we need the infrastructure to allow Toronto to access those homes in a more readily transparent and effective way. And so with the recommendations in the report, we hope to evolve to the future state in a phased manner that builds on the modernization that has already occurred in the access to housing team with the RGI waiting list. So going forward, residents would have a one-window access to apply for housing that's right for them. That's both rent geared to income and affordable with one application. Applications and program eligibility and the random draws will be administered centrally by the City of Toronto. Landlords will continue, as is the current practice, to complete landlord screening and make housing offers. And requests for targeted allocations will be approved in a more consistent and transparent manner. So those, Councillor, are a summary of the major changes outlined in the report.
So some of the communications that we've received, they're requesting that there be further consultation with the land trust community. So what are your thoughts on that, on moving forward on an amendment that we actually do that?
So we've been consulting on the access system for over 2 years, closing on 3 years. We've hosted ongoing sessions with the stakeholder community, both developers and housing providers. We've gained insight, better understanding of the concerns and issues, and we've incorporated those considerations into the plan that's before you. As is with all our processes, there needs to be a continuous improvement and process improvement loop. So we'll continue those engagements, and we're happy to do so now on the implementation as we progress towards it. There are a few of the consistent items that have been outlined in those letters are highlighted in the report, and I think are fairly straightforward. One of the concerns is the advent of a new eligibility requirement related to minimum income. That does not currently exist, and we see the inclusion of a minimum income as reducing the pool of applicants who can't afford to be there, which burdensome the housing provider, our administration, and doesn't create a clear path for those individuals to be housed. So we're hoping to reduce the pool to ensure that the upsets in terms of what we've seen on the access system in terms of the speed, the efficiency, and effectiveness of delivering housing and getting individuals into units faster will be enhanced and improved through the system. The second issue is the number of the letters have indicated that they would prefer that the director of the Housing Secretariat be delegated full control on priority allocations for populations developers wish to include in their development. And that's problematic on a couple fashions. So 2 quick points. The City of Toronto has both a Housing TO action plan and a charter that seeks to advance the progressive realization of the right to housing. And we have existing targets for those groups that have a demonstrated barrier to achieving housing. And those groups are outlined in the Housing TO plan. For other targeted allocations, there could be very valid reasons to do so. But in effect, when you target an allocation to one group, you disadvantage people who aren't in that group. There may well be appropriate times to do that, but this report puts that onus back on council to ensure that they can make the best decision for a very limited supply of affordable housing for which the demand far outstrips the supply.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members, Councillor Fletcher has asked if she can have questions. All good? Yeah. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. When we first started looking at how to populate affordable housing, I think you received a direction from City Council you were interested in, and that was to create a wait list. And you were to work to create a wait list and then figure out how much would come from the wait list, how much would come from the draw. Do you recall that? Or were you in, perhaps you weren't in that position at that time?
No, I recall that, Councillor, yes.
So that was City Council direction, was it not?
Correct.
And so you're shifting that, correct?
We are shifting that based primarily on feedback from, again, the development community and those stakeholder groups. 2 primary issues. So look.
I hear you, but I'm just establishing.
Yep, okay. I can confirm that, Councillor.
That's there. And is that very clear in the report that you're changing the direction that you were given on populating affordable housing?
Again, through the chair, yes, Councillor.
That's very clear that you've made a decision different than what we have.
That's a recommendation in the report, Councillor.
And so did you have a consultation with Wigwaman one-on-one?
Wigwaman, I had a conversation with the ED. We did bring the framework in an early iteration to TCAB, which is the organization we work with for the Indigenous community. The recommendations...
What's the name of it?
TCAB, Toronto Indigenous Community Advisory Body.
Yes, but the provider directly, Wigwaman, did you have a one-on-one with them? Because we
did not.
So did you have a one-on-one with the Co-op Housing Federation?
Yes.
Okay. I just probably go through another list there. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
You're welcome. Thank you, Councillor.
Any other questions? I got a couple. Councillor Myers, you go ahead. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're gone again.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I don't know. You go in and out. I've got you now, but nope. Nope. Hang on. I'll do my questions. I'll have someone from IT contact you or clerks. Okay. I've received some, and I know other members of the committee and council have received some correspondence on this, and there seems to be a number of areas of confusion. First, we still have a waiting list for rent-geared to income housing. This report does not change that fact. Correct?
Correct.
You are implementing, however, some improvements in that to make it clearer when people drop off or don't want to be on the list anymore, so that it's managed more effectively.
That work is ongoing. That's correct, Councillor.
Okay. In terms of this idea of there being some set-asides for groups, and some of that where it's in line with our housing charter and our housing action plan, you have authority to do that work.
Correct.
We are not establishing that in any building that be the only form of housing, and that you are going to be right across the system excluding people who aren't on that list.
That's correct. The report recommends that if we are prioritizing groups outside of established council policy, that we have council opine on that.
No, I'm asking a different question. So I have the Parkdale Hub. A certain percentage of units are being set aside, but not all the affordable are being set aside for priority groups.
Correct.
Right. So if I'm not in the priority groups, I'm still going to be eligible for lots and lots of lotteries to get into the affordable housing system that the City of Toronto is building.
That's correct.
Okay. And part of why we're not doing a wait list for the affordable housing portion, not the RGI portion, the affordable housing portion, is that the demand is so great that, tens, hundreds of thousands of people would get a number that would basically make them say, well, this is not going to happen in my lifetime.
That's correct, Councillor. I would also add to one of the changes from the original direction in 2022 was the advent of the Toronto Builds framework that came out in June of 2025. We recognize, and we've heard council's desire to make sure there are mixed income communities. And subject to budget approval, 20% of all affordable housing will be dedicated to rent geared to income. So there will be pathways for deeply affordable units into those affordable housing projects as well.
One of the pressures that we've had in terms of reviewing how we manage who gets into the affordable, not the RGR, the affordable units, there was actually an investigation that found problems when it was developer-led. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Don't know if I recall the specific case you're referencing, Councillor.
Okay, there was an Auditor General's report on the issue of...
was this, yeah, I would be guessing, Councillor, but I'd be happy to get that answer for you at a later date.
I'll speak to it.
Thank you.
And fundamentally, the issue here is that with the size of contribution we've got from the federal government, the very near absence of the provincial government, and the limits that we have imposed on us about our debt ceiling and other limits on the cities, we simply cannot build fast enough to meet everyone's needs. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair. I think you're sitting beside a gentleman who's laser focused on trying to do that from a DGS perspective and a whole of City of Toronto approach. But we are having trouble keeping pace with the demand and the affordability challenges for many Torontonians, which makes the supply of affordable housing a scarce resource, one we are laser focused on growing, but at present one which the demand far outstrips the supply.
Okay, thank you. How are you doing there, Councillor Myers? Are you hooked up?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Through you, Chair. So I just want to clarify something in my own mind. Currently, there is no wait list for affordable housing. There is a wait list for RGI.
That's correct, Councillor.
Okay. And the people that are currently on the RGI wait list, not all, some of them would not be, or some of them would not be able to afford a affordable housing unit. Does that mean all of the people on the RGI wait list would not be able to afford an affordable housing unit?
Well, two pieces of that question, Councillor. So the majority of individuals on the wait list, if we look at an average affordable rent, would not have the income required to meet the base rent. There would be some who have enough income to meet the rent. Whether they would pass secondary screening by landlords of those affordable housing questions would be subject to their evaluation of their income, their landlord references, and credit checks.
Do you know what percentage roughly of RGI waitlisted Torontonians would be eligible to potentially afford an affordable housing unit?
Stand by. I've got a lot of smart people about to feed me that information. Just give me 1 second, Councillor.
Okay. And then I guess in the meantime, was there any consideration as to making the secondary screening more standardized as well in this process instead of sort of leaving it to each individual affordable housing provider?
Yeah, standardized assessments from a city perspective is problematic. So housing providers are owners of the property, and they are accountable as landlords for the requirements under the Residential Tenancies Act. That is not under the purview of the City of Toronto and rests with the housing providers. So there's a delineation between program eligibility in this perspective and the landlord's ability to ensure that people will be able to pay rent and meet their obligations as a tenant.
Thank you. And just to confirm, does the city have any role in the secondary screening process, or is that all regulated by the province?
That is all regulated by the province. We will be requesting for individuals who aren't met screening for those housing providers to indicate the rationale for not doing so that we have an aggregate data set that can provide more information on how the system is functioning and could inform future improvements.
Thank you. And I just picking up where Councillor Fletcher left off regarding the letter from Wigwamin. It's right on the border of my ward in Malvern. Is there a reason that they were not consulted once the recommendations were ready or sort of finalized? And how was their feedback incorporated into your recommendations?
So again, Councillor, we sought engagement through TCAB, of which Wigwamin is a member. The Indigenous community primarily houses individuals who require deeply affordable rents. And there is like generally speaking, all of our work with Wigwamin is for either 40% average market rent or rent geared to income. So we could have improved that and connected back. What I did speak with the CEO and he advised, well, they don't have a direct implication on the system. They are referral partners for some of those affordable housing providers and would have liked, as the letter expressed, to have more direct consultation. So there are 3 requests in the letter from Wigwamin to the city, and we intend to follow up with Wigwamin directly on those recommendations to confirm the answers to those questions and to take up that engagement.
Thank you. And just one final question. Sort of looking through the groups in terms of groups that wouldn't require council approval to have units set aside for them. And one group that I noticed was absent was veterans. And I'm just cognizant of the fact that I think back in November we had passed something regarding making more affordable units for veterans or trying to work with the Department of Defense or Canadian Legion Hall to see if there were opportunities to make more affordable housing units for members of the veteran community. So Just curious as to why veterans are not part of that group, and to confirm that them not being part of that group would stop any of that work from proceeding.
Great question, Councillor. And so we do a lot of work with our partners in Toronto Shelter Support Services with some veteran-specific programs. Typically, there's an overlap with veterans and homelessness, of which they are a priority group. But you're right, just because they're not in the Housing TO plan doesn't prohibit the city in due course and with good intent on partnering with it. It just would require council direction. That's a very good example of one of the areas where council would opine, and again, based on that council direction, we would proceed. So this doesn't take away that ability. What it does do, councillors, is quite frankly restrict my authority to do so on my own.
Thank you.
If no one objects, I have a second round. Yeah, just on that point, nothing in what we're doing here prevents the federal government from buying or converting a piece of land they already own for former employees of the federal government who were veterans. The armed forces are funded by the federal government. Nothing in what we're doing prevents them from housing veterans.
That's correct, Councillor.
Thank you. Okay. Does anyone wish to speak to the item? I think Councillor Fletcher, did you want to speak?
Yes. I'll just say that I'm very unhappy that a council direction that was quite clear and came actually from the chair of the previous Planning and Housing in discussions with staff or discussions at council has been just simply set aside. And that there was a principle there of at least a 50-50, keep a wait list, have a draw. That is very concerning to me. The other piece that I think is concerning, and I'm sorry I haven't had my whole briefing, and I will have it between now and council, is just the notion of sector housing, which is quite a strong notion. One I first learned about in England when we did a trip to look at affordable housing and revitalizations back a number of years ago, and the importance of sector housing in creating affordable housing for people that are being pushed out, main sectors in the economy. And I still think that that's a pretty important tenet. I have made a number of motions there. I have had housing built in that way, and I understand the direction that the staff are going in, but I don't think it meets the fulsome discussions that we've had before. And I'd like to make sure that when we finally land on this, that we're all able to agree. I don't know how long we've been tinkering with the access to housing and trying to make sure, as Mr. Rollins knows, because I've had many meetings, that the new system actually allows everybody to participate, because if you're not digital, if you're senior, there's a lot of barriers. So I would rather make sure that this is right rather than end up trying to fix everything at the end of the day. And I don't want to ask how many times we went through to say, go back out, do this, do that. But it was many, many, many times. So I'll leave it at that, Mr. Chair. And I will take a further look at this and have a fulsome briefing before the council.
Thank you. Councillor Nunziata?
Yes, I have an amendment, and I did speak to staff about it. We'll put it on the screen. That City Council direct Executive Director of Housing Secretariat to continue engaging stakeholders, including not-for-profit housing providers, including one-on-one engagement to inform implementation of the new affordable housing access system. So I'm moving that amendment, and because we have received a number of communications on it, and the staff do agree, and they are in full support of my amendment, that there needs to be further engagements and one-on-one and to all the nonprofit providers. So that's my amendment.
Thank you. Any questions of the mover? Councillor Myers, was that a question of the mover, or did you wish to speak? You wish to speak? No? Okay. I have a motion as well, so I'll speak to it. Okay, I'm moving that the Planning and Housing Committee request the Executive Director, Housing Secretariat to report directly to the April 22 through 24 Council meeting with a report outlining the current and proposed frameworks for the affordable access system, including income eligibility requirements for affordable housing applicants and requests for targeted allocation of affordable rental housing by housing providers. Very, very simply put, this is a complex system with multiple streams. We have the rent geared to income stream, which is waitlisted. We have an affordable housing component, which is frankly something that we stopped doing for an entire generation. And, you know, as the saying goes, we're having to build the airplane while it's in flight. This is putting wings on the airplane, if you will. And we've had problems. A senior executive at a City of Toronto agency had to resign from his job because of allegations of interference in the allocation of units when John Tory was mayor. So it's important that we establish a fully transparent and accountable system. And, you know, I hear the comments that Councillor Fletcher's made, and I'm hoping that this report will provide some more information to help us all understand why staff advice is the way it is and how it's impacting people's access to housing. But the fundamental problem is that you know, we lost 40 years of contribution to social housing from the federal and provincial government, and we're now dramatically behind. And like all scarcity scenarios, it's putting desperate people in conflict with each other. And we have to make sure that wherever public money is being spent, that it's being spent in a way that conforms with basic legal rights that people have in accessing housing, and the laws that protect protected groups in our Constitution to make sure they're not being squeezed out of housing. And I'll be honest with you, I have seen developers come in and try to make sure that only good affordable housing tenants come into their building. And that's just appalling, and that's why we need clarity in this system. And I believe the balance that city staff are proposing for us is the right balance, but I want to make sure that all the information is out and in public before we vote on it at council, so that we've all done our due diligence. Any other?
Just a point of order.
Yes.
The units you're speaking about were lost before we had a housing secretariat or a affordable housing office. They've been secured through planning, but nobody really knew about them. So I want to be very clear in your allegation that somebody was let go for X and Y. Some of the background, I think we should be very clear.
That's not really a point of order.
Well, it's not really.
And I'm sorry, you don't have the floor, Councillor. You don't have the floor. You don't have the floor.
Well, I think you should be careful.
You don't have the floor. You don't have the floor.
We just had it.
Thank you. Okay, so why don't we take the two amendments and the item as a package? All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. All right. I think that leaves us with one item. Okay. Impact assessment of extended flight path to Billy Bishop Airport. We have deputants. First is Ed Hoare. Good afternoon, Ed.
Hi. I'm chair, sorry, is that better? I am a lawyer. I'm chair of Waterfront for All. which is an umbrella group of resident associations and other groups interested in the waterfront. I support Councillor Matlow's motion calling for staff to study the prospective impact of the flight paths if the runways at Billy Bishop Airport are expanded. But I'm here to say that expansion of the island airport to accommodate jets may also have many other prospective impacts on the city, on Toronto Harbour, on the waterfront, and the scale and scope of those impacts may be far wider than is widely understood. I want to draw two documents to the attention of the committee, both of which set out potential implications of expanding the island airport for jets. And I think the important thing is that both were prepared by expert consulting firms, and neither one necessarily is familiar to councillors and to people at the city government as far as I know. One of them is the Oliver Wyman. It's a presentation here. I've asked Ms. Lee to give you hard copies just because I myself find it easier to read things when they're in a hard copy. And what it is it's a presentation that was done and was shown to me actually and circulated. I'm not quite sure where. I don't know if it went to the city, but it is a presentation done by Oliver Wyman, which is an aviation, aerospace and defense consulting company, a subsidiary of Marsh & McLennan, and they were consultants to Air Canada. And what they said is they looked at the operations, the idea that there would be jets at Billy Bishop, and they said a number of things, and I would commend you all this document to read it over. They said a number of things. First of all, they said that there would be key regulatory changes in the relevant aeronautical regulations, which meant that the build-out at Billy Bishop would be far larger than was normally appreciated. There would be a longer and a wider runway, which we moved to the south. That would probably eliminate the Hanlon's Point ferry. There would have to be a much larger terminal. The terminal now we're discussing would be even larger because we're talking about 10 million people, not just 5 million. You'd have to move hangars. There would have to be runway approach lighting, which would be lighting way out into the harbor and on the Humber side, about 700 meters as I understand it. The marine exclusion zone, which Porter Airlines at the time said would be, about the same, would be much larger, according to these consultants. And they said that the cost, they estimated it in 2015 as about $1 billion. The presentation concluded the estimated cost of the runway extension, along with the related infrastructure required, could approach $1 billion. They concluded the economics of this infrastructure project are daunting and unprecedented. And they said essentially that the jet expansion plan was not feasible. They expressed doubts about the feasibility. You couldn't recover the cost of this from the airport improvement fees. And they basically said it doesn't make sense because the ground footprint of the airport is simply too small to support that kind of expansion. It's something that I think is important for councillors and for people in our city to know about. Just know that there's a different set of experts that say something different from what Porter Airlines experts were saying. And they're saying this is a much bigger deal than people appreciate. The other document that I want to bring you to your attention is an environmental assessment that just came out. This was done by Toronto Port Authority itself. And it said, and it just came out in March. I think it was March 11th. It came out as a result of an FOI, although it was completed in 2017. It said there would have to be 20-foot high jet blast barriers. It found numerous bad socioeconomic effects of jets on the waterfront. It said that there would be adverse health effects, which included environmental insomnia and sleep disturbance, hypertension and ischemic health disease. They identified substances which would cause increased risk of respiratory illness, cardiopulmonary and lung cancer, lesions in upper airways, nasal lesions, increased risk of developing respiratory tumors. I fully support the motion. I think we need to look into all of it. And I just wanted to make sure you're aware of all of the ramifications in addition to the important question of the building heights.
Thank you. You're at time. Any questions for the deputy?
Just one question.
Councillor Nunziata.
Who are you representing again?
It's a citizens group called Waterfront for All. So we're just volunteers down on the waterfront.
Councillor Matlow.
Speaking of residents along the waterfront, before Premier Ford made his announcement that he intends to remove Toronto from the tripartite agreement, remove our land, and introduce jets to an expanded airport, were there any consultation meetings or any efforts to talk with the communities about this proposal?
There were not.
Was there any information provided to residents that you're aware of, whether it be the benefits or the negative implications of moving forward with a plan to expand the airport? Aside from generalities or hyperbolic statements, was there any substance, any data, any real information provided to the public that you're aware of?
There's no information. As far as I know, there's a press release. That's all.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Okay, go ahead.
Just wanted to know about traffic studies because 2 million passengers to 10.
Yeah, they're projecting 10 million. It's now 1.7. It's gone down.
Very close to that, Mike.
Oh, I'm sorry. So there is the environmental assessment does have an appendix that deals with that and says
That's from Ports Toronto.
That's Toronto Port Authority's own environmental assessment of the proposal 10 years ago, yeah. Says there's going to be all sorts of traffic impacts.
Okay.
It's a 1,000-page long document. It's pretty thorough.
Yeah, not been updated. Okay, thank you.
Yep, needs to be updated.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much for your deputation. Melanie Wilson. Hi, Melanie, welcome.
Good afternoon, through you, Chair. I'm not being a policy expert by any means, but my understanding is that this expansion of Billy Bishop Airport sits within a shared governance system with legally binding tripartite agreements that can only be amended with unanimous consent. And even though the provincial role seems to be evolving without much consultation from most people, there are a number of protocols that have to happen. Also, although the Port Authority recently appears to be open to the idea, and there is lobbying going on at the federal level from the proponent, a formal proposal has not yet been brought forward, and there is emerging uncertainty about the special economic zone legislation in Ontario, which is currently subject to legal scrutiny. So this reinforces that this proposal is far from a predetermined decision. Even if a runway extensions are contemplated, the airport's waterbound configuration would still present inherent overrun and water emergency risks, issues that are already being remediated in 2024-2025, which led to the environmental assessment report, following the environmental assessment reports as well that were just spoken of, as the runway currently stands. Therefore, introducing jet aircraft would increase operational and emergency response demands. These directly impact public safety. As far as I understand, that is a fundamental legal constraint that cannot be overridden by development and economic objectives of a special economic zone. As highlighted by Councillor Matlow, Transport Action Ontario, and the Atmospheric Fund commentaries, major changes to airport operations have implications for long-term waterfront planning choices, including housing, which what we've been talking about today has just been fantastic when we're talking about affordable housing and where that was positioned to be at the waterfront. It also raises issues about land use flexibility, waterfront revitalization, and significantly impact marine mobility, as we've just heard, plus emissions. From a climate perspective, which I seem to be a little bit more in tune with, Toronto is working towards net zero by 2030, 2040 commitments, and aviation remains one of the hardest to abate sectors, especially short-haul flights, where expansion increases. This type of expansion would increase the long-term emissions. This proposal would increase the emissions from 64,000 currently to 300,000 tons. That's like adding 70,000 gas cars to our roads at a time when Toronto wants emissions 65% less than they are now by 2030. Plus, consider, as we've said, the traffic when the number of passengers go from 2 million to 10 million, and the pollution impact that will have, as well as the tourism congestion, just to get off the island. There's also an ecological consideration of the cumulative effects proposed changes such as the developments at Ontario Place and the electricity transmission infrastructure beneath Lake Ontario. With that in mind, I'm asking the committee, with potentially in tandem with the Infrastructure and Environmental Committee, to consider the following actions. Municipally, if it's not yet already underway, is require a full independent impact assessment so that council is making decisions based on complete evidence across governance, housing, transportation, waterfront revitalization, environmental and health effects, and the cumulative pressures before any irreversible commitments are made external to the City Council. Confirm and enforce the city's existing approval authority under current agreements to safeguard that no significant operational or infrastructure changes can proceed without municipal consent and public process, as should be by the tripartite mandate, and require a formal housing assessment, as Councillor Matlow has motioned, but not only aligned with Toronto's housing targets, including affordable housing percentages, but also with provincial and federal housing objectives. Also, the waterfront redevelopment capacity and long-term employment outcomes, especially when we talk about youth unemployment reaching almost 25% in Ontario. As the provincial and federal levels, as clarification and to get ahead of this potentially a little bit more, the mayor and city manager could formally request a formal tripartite working group right now with the other two parties so that cumulative impacts, including public safety, are assessed collaboratively with the city formally present in that process. And if needed, written confirmation from them regarding approval pathways, consultation requirements, environmental and safety review obligations for any proposed operational infrastructure changes. Almost finished. These are to ensure structured, documented, and transparent measures across current governing partners, in contrast to what appears to have happened at the provincial level. Thankfully, the federal government just released a statement saying such decisions will also involve comprehensive consultations with key stakeholders, affected communities, and Indigenous groups. This remains a moment when acting now is really important before any changes to government structures potentially narrow the city's ability to outcomes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions for the deputy?
Yeah.
Councillor Fletcher.
I'm really unclear because what the provincial government did was said they're taking the city's role. They're taking our land, they're taking our role in the tripartite agreements.
Right.
So there would be no role for us to be doing all of those studies that you'd like because we're out of the picture. Would you not agree with that?
Partially. I'm saying there's a window of opportunity right now to reassert because a lot of the things that the province is looking to do are going to take quite a considerable amount of time, and they're also going to have agreement by the other two parties.
Yes, I think, would you not want to, I'm wondering if you've been in touch with your MP.
Sorry, say that again?
If you have been in touch with your member of parliament.
That's a bit challenging given the fact that they're a Conservative MP. There's been no opportunity to speak with them.
Perhaps other MPs, because it really is, it's up to the federal government to tell the provincial government that they won't be dealing with them.
Right, and I fully support that.
Because they're taking our 20%. So to my mind, would you not agree that if the federal government is a willing partner in the takeover, that's a problem for the city.
Right.
I have not yet heard the federal government say they're not say that they are refusing to be a willing partner. Is that concerning to you?
It's concerning that there's some commentary around it, but I've also heard other commentary that there's a lot of things to look at prior to that even being an agreement, which is my suggestion to see about getting the city in with a federal meeting now and seeing where that can be swayed.
I guess, and then would you consider consultation? One of the MPs said there'll be community consultation, but really it's city's land.
Yeah.
We're in the tripartite agreement.
Right.
It will be up to the federal MPs and the federal government to tell the province that they're not proceeding with the province without the city. Would that be a reasonable position?
Yeah, I would concur. I would concur because, except that I think the city has a small window to try and influence that. But I concur.
But you would have to agree that the federal government would have to agree to meet with the city. We can't impose a meeting on the federal government about the tripartite agreement.
You can't impose one no more than they can impose one on you in that tripartite agreement. But currently, the city still has a tripartite agreement. the province has not yet taken that over.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Matlow?
There are some who suggest that the city should play no role in even doing what I'm asking today. Mm-hmm. Would you agree that, and I think to some of the points that I heard you say, that if we are presenting an argument, or at least wanting to put out facts onto the table, mm-hmm. to have a more informed conversation with both our provincial and federal counterparts, that if they're not doing that research, if Premier Ford is making announcements but not actually doing the due diligence to understand, for example, the impacts on housing supply, mm-hmm. along with traffic and other matters, mm-hmm. that if we have the opportunity and the ability to do some of that work, to present those facts, to put it on the table, along with engaging the public in that conversation, is it not a window of opportunity now to do that rather than wait till after the fact, perhaps even until we're removed from the tripartite agreement altogether?
Yes, that's specifically what I'm suggesting, is that as much as it's a lot of work that potentially may or may not go anywhere by very experienced staffers, to use this window of opportunity right now while you're part still of that tripartite before there's a move on that, is where you can possibly have the most influence.
Thank you.
And to get all of those facts on the table, particularly to the federal government.
Thank you.
That's all? Yep. Okay, that's all the questions for you. Thank you so much for sharing that with us today. Nicole Corrado.
Hello. Yes, my concern is about how wildlife is going to be impacted by the airport. Not only will it, involve the expansion of the airport, involve destruction of wildlife habitat, it will also, the other problem is airports have wildlife control programs, and these are federally mandated, yet the law does not say how the animals are managed. So, they can manage animals in literally whatever way they want, and they could manage, theoretically, they could manage wildlife in very humane, non-lethal ways, but unfortunately,
Nicole,
yes?
It's Councillor Brooks. Nicole, I'm going to ask you to focus your comments specifically to the airport. Committee has a lot of work to do today, and I ask you to really focus in on what's in front of us, okay?
Okay, so this is about the expansion of the Billy Bishop Airport.
From a health point of view.
From a health point of view, well, it's going to affect health, absolutely, because there's going to be a lot more pollution. There will be both air pollution, but also a lot of noise pollution. It's going to bother people's, yes, there's going to be a lot of noise pollution, and, people don't want to have, but plus also a lot of nature will be destroyed, which will affect people's mental health as well. But also the animals, being affected, the animals will being, a lot of the airports manage animals in basically by shooting them and trapping them. And that's really, that affects people's mental health, but it also affects physical health because, the animals, they don't want them colliding with the planes, but they're managed in very cruel and harmful ways. But yes, to get back to the health aspect, an airport expansion, having jet planes, is going to be very noisy and a lot of air pollution, and it'll disturb humans, it'll disturb animals, it'll disturb everybody. It's not a healthy thing.
Thank you so much, Nicole. That's been very helpful.
Sure.
Are there any questions of Nicole? No.
One question. Nicole, do you live near the Billy Bishop Airport?
No, but I used to live in Toronto, but now
where do you live now? Do you live near the airport?
Actually, no, I live in the West Island, but so that's where the
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Nunziat has got her answer. Are there any other questions? No? Nicole, thank you very much. The next deputant I have is Miguel Avila Vallarde. Miguel, I understand you're online?
Yes, that's correct. Can you hear
Go
me?
ahead.
All right. I just want to say that I agree with Councillor Matlow to do whatever is necessary legally to fight back that for attempt to take over the Bishop Airport. I live near the islands. I live in Toronto Center. I understand this will create a lot of noise pollution. It will create problems for our housing plans for the Portlands. So I want to join my voice of protest against this attempt to take over our airport with planes that are going to create turmoil and more noise to the city downtown. So whatever you guys will have to do, it has my support, and let's hope that we can win this battle against DAC4. And the province has, and the federal government also needs to understand residents of Toronto that they need to be consulted. I will be talking to my member of parliament, Ivan Solomon, very soon to let him know that he needs to listen to residents of Toronto Center, and he must oppose this extension of the airport to accommodate large jet planes that will create chaos in our city, which is not what we want. As a longtime resident, I enjoy going to the islands and enjoying the peace and quietness. You know, those turbo planes that go by, they don't create a lot of noises or difficult to life. So keeping the turbo planes in the island is the way to go. And I oppose to the any expansion that would disturb the peace in our communities, especially those living in the islands, who have a lot of friends, and they know that Doug4 has no respect for them. They call him squatters. But he's the biggest squatter, by the way. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Miguel? Seeing none, Miguel, thank you for your deputation. Final deputant I have listed is Norm Di Pasquale. Sorry, I'm going to have another one after Norm, but Norm, there you are. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Councillor Perks and members of the committee. I'm Norm Di Pasquale, chair of NoJetsTO. NoJetsTO is a grassroots organization dedicated to preserving the mixed-use vision for our waterfront and a regional island airport without jets. As we renew this fight to save our waterfront, I hearken back to 2014 when we were raising alarm bells on the impact on the Portland's development that jets and the required safety areas would have. We highlighted a Transport Action Ontario report that raised these risks back then. And since then, the Toronto Port Authority completed a jet environmental assessment in 2016 that was only released this year. Both reports highlighted the risks then, and what has changed since is that some of the buildings in Esquimalt-Minising have grown to over 50 stories, and many buildings there gained height. Appropriately, we think, as we find ourselves in the throes of a housing crisis. We view Esquimalt-Minising as the future of our city and as a great opportunity to help solve our housing crisis with the tens of thousands of units planned there and the thousands of affordable housing units that may no longer pencil if buildings need to become dramatically shorter due to NAV Canada mandated jet safety areas. I wonder if any of the planned signature parkland would even pencil if the buildings in Esquimalt-Minising no longer pencil. NoJetsTO supports Councillor Matlow's motion for a study on house jet safety areas might impact housing and encourages all members of the Planning and Housing Committee to support the motion as well. NoJetsTO also supports the urgent nature of getting this report back, as things may move quickly around the jet proposal. Particularly with the nonchalant response from Premier Ford about the impact on Esquimalt-Minising housing impact, this is an urgent issue. NoJetsTO believes in getting all the facts on the table before making a decision on jets. This is critical to the future of our revitalized waterfront. Thank you, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Norm? No? Norm, as always, thank you for your advice. I do have one more deputant, Ron Jenkins. Hi, Ron. Hello. There you go. Feel like I'm at a Grateful Dead concert. It's been a while. Actually, this is what it will feel like to live near the airport. Turn your microphone on, please. Tap your microphone so it's green.
There we are. Okay, so this is the current airport and the space that it takes. Because of course, when we talk about an airport, we're talking about much more than what's on the ground. And the current airport, like it or not, already constrains building heights in the Portlands. Nobody has tried to build a CN tower there, but if you did, you would not be allowed to. So it's operating under a regulation called TP 312. And the version of TP 312 is the important thing. TP 312 is in its 5th edition, but the airport is using the 4th edition. The 4th edition dates from 1993. The 5th edition dates from 2015. The Porter Airport's proposal was introduced under the 4th edition because the 5th edition hadn't happened. And so all of the environmental assessment work and so on relates to the 4th edition. However, the Oliver Wyman report that Ed Hoare mentioned describes the 5th edition. And the differences are significant because they relate to airspace and the impact that it will have on the Portlands. Let's see if I can just jump you to the next slide. Oh, never mind. Let me just go verbally here. So basically, the 5th edition is more restrictive in its airspace use. And it's essentially like taking a lawnmower and lowering the platform, cutting deeper down. And that affects building heights. And really, what we need to understand, and I think Councillor Matlow's motion is to the point, it's about economics. It's about what value that building represents in various scenarios. So how much that land can be built out under the 4th edition and how much it can be built out under the 5th edition vary greatly. And the city needs to get, if possible, a picture of what loss would be represented by reduced building heights, reduced ability to develop land that already billions has been put into, and so on. The provincial government's explanation for this project is really economic. They say that this airport, if expanded, would generate multiple billions or trillions or quadrillions of dollars. There's nothing to support any of those numbers. He's as far as I can tell, pulled them out of, he's pulled them, thin air, that's, yes. So I think what's important is to say, okay, what are some real numbers? What do the Portlands represent in terms of sunk cost already, and in terms of opportunity costs that would be lost if that building could not happen? How would a developer assess the value of building there if they knew that they were in the flight path of aircraft passing a couple of 100 feet overhead? We've modeled at Waterfront TO, or Waterfront for All, sorry, certain airspace heights, and you see very quickly how they impinge on building heights. And of course, much of the Portlands project has not been defined, but neither has the airport expansion. So it's kind of two theoretical things, but we do know for sure what the airspace shapes are. They're defined in these aeronautical regulations, and they can be drawn and they can be seen, and they can be, as a result, their estimation, their impact can be estimated. Any questions?
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputy?
Yep. I'm just going to ask about the traffic, because there's nothing built there yet, but there is only one road off the airport. What kind of work are you doing on that conundrum of 8 million more passengers that potentially could land?
The press release talked about a 10 million passenger airport, which is inconceivable, actually, in terms of transit to the airport, in terms of parking, and in terms of many other impacts. I think that the city would need to expropriate, that section of the city, Little Norway Park and so on, and turn that into parking, because there is no other way to get that number of people to the airport. 10 million people is 27,000 people a day, which is, a Scotia Plaza and a half a day. And of course, those people would be going through that tunnel in the morning and in the evening, and not through the evening, not through the night. It would be, the more you think about it, the more ridiculous it gets.
Yes. So what kind of work are you doing on that from Waterfront, which is, I understand the Portlands, because
we haven't modeled any.
But I'm interested in what your plans are for that, because that's quite real.
Yeah.
And the buildings are still being designed on the other side in my ward.
Yeah, we haven't modeled any transit alternatives.
Well, let's call them transportation, because transit technically just means
transportation alternatives, which would really have to be transit. I think you would have to be putting in some kind of an LRT. The Waterfront East LRT is projected to carry in operation up to 50,000 passengers a day. You would need something similar going to the west, and that would really only be capturing people ready to take that mode of transportation instead of cars.
So you haven't really done any of that yet?
We haven't,
Do you not think that's an important thing for people to understand in the city, that we already have congestion on Lakeshore, how difficult that would be to get across the south part of the city by car?
I don't think that Doug Ford is considering traffic impacts generally. That is, when he talks about the spa or the convention center or the airport.
Right.
All of those things are loaded onto an already pretty fickle transit area or transportation infrastructure along Lakeshore Boulevard and past the exhibition place and so on.
Which could be the Achilles heel of this particular project, could it not?
It would certainly be a problem if it came to be. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Okay, I think we're good. Thank you so much for your deputation.
Okay, thank you.
That completes the deputation. Is there any questions of staff?
Yes, I'll just ask on the transportation matters, because I think that, that there is the transportation study that was associated with Ports Toronto or Toronto Port Authority initial environmental assessment. I'd like you to just comment on that and whether or not there have been significant changes that would need to be looked at if we were to look at 2026 as compared to 2015.
Through the chair, that's something that would need to be modeled based on the average number of hourly passengers and number of flights per day. And that also would be based on the changes, if any, to the runway or aircraft proposed.
Sorry, it's just hard to hear you.
That would be a piece of work that staff would have to undertake once any changes to the runway or permitted aircraft are proposed. And then also that which would affect the number of daily passengers coming through the airport. If we had that information, then we could advance to model the impact of the nature of congestion at Billy Bishop.
So there are currently 2 million passengers apparently coming through Billy Bishop.
Yes, give or take, that's true.
Give or take. So you could easily, we would know what that looks like with people coming on and off, up Bathurst to Queens Quay or up to Lakeshore. Would we not know that already?
Through the chair, I have to review exactly what we have in hand, but we also have council direction to look at Bathurst Quay in relation to Billy Bishop Airport to understand the flow of passengers and hourly impact of people arriving, departing the terminal.
And when is that due to come back? You say you have the direction to look at that. When are you planning to bring that back?
Through the chair, that's work that the transportation planning team is currently undertaking, and we can confirm prior to council what the report back date is for that.
What the date would be, because this is now asked for the end of Q2 to get this other information. Would you anticipate it would be in Q2? Because we don't really have a Q3.
With council's direction to undertake a more comprehensive report, we could bring forward the information we have. And for your patience, thank you. I've just been informed that the transportation study is to come forward in Q2 of 2027.
2027. So we'll have nothing ahead of that, not even a napkin to match the napkin plan that's in front of us.
With council's direction, we would look to expedite the amount of analysis that we could reasonably undertake in the short period of time between now and the end of Q2.
But you could report to us on the 2015 transportation study that was undertaken by Ports Toronto, correct?
Yes, we could do an assessment of that.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Any other questions of staff? No, seeing none. To speak? Councillor Fletcher is the visiting councillor.
Yeah. Thank you. And thank you, Councillor Matlow, for highlighting some of the issues with the proposed expansion of Billy Bishop Airport on the up-and-coming development sites on the Portlands. And we've heard a whole number of things, whether or not that's in the flight path, whether Oakwood and Minising is in the flight path, is McCleary in the flight path, is South River in the flight path. So that'd be helpful to understand that and that impact on future housing. It's also going to be good to understand just the impact of that level of flights on the waterfront itself, because while we're talking about housing, we're also talking about a dominant use. When something becomes dominant, then everything else falls into trouble. And the dominant use of the airport as a dominant use on our waterfront was actually put aside when we looked at the last time. We made changes in order to make safe landings because, of course, it's under the Department of Transport, everything that happens there. On the water and on the air on the airstrip. So it's good to have as much information as possible. What I really am hoping is that all of the resident groups that are very passionate about this find their way to getting a commitment from the federal government and from the MPs that they are not interested in negotiating with usurped land, with usurped city positions. There is a usurping going on here of the provincial government saying we're taking the city's role, we're creating a special economic zone, whatever they'd like to do once they take your land, but that there are partners there. And I think it's very much incumbent on the federal government to say, slow down, we're not going to just have a tripartite agreement with you. We have to look at all of the things that are being brought forward by the community and by the city. So that is the first thing, that if anything, I think that's what's missing here. And I know it's very easy to come here because you can come here and make a 5-minute deputation and talk to us as many times as you'd like, as long as we have a letter on there. Very hard, actually, to speak directly to the federal government. But we all have MPs. They're all there. They're usually there Friday, and they need to know exactly what the public thinks. Whether you love the airport, whether you hate the airport, whether you think it's the right size, whether you don't think it's the right size. The fact is that a government has said we're taking the city's role and we're taking it over, we're usurping it, and another government has not yet said, well, we're not going to negotiate with you in the tripartite agreement. Our partner there is the city. Let's slow down and have that conversation. The other one that I'm very happy to hear, we can probably, and I'll do that at council, make sure that we have clearly in front of us a quick analysis of what was found in the 2015 traffic study. I don't know who goes on the lakeshore. I think you do, Councillor Nunziata. I'm surely there quite a bit. But it's hellish to start with. Thinking about adding that many passengers, that would be something else. Perhaps we just need to bring in a firm, if we're really busy, at one of the ones that does all the development work for developers to tell us how great everything's going to be in our developments. And there'll be no traffic impact, to say going from 2 million to 10 million, can you please give us a few thoughts about how easy that's going to be? Because at the moment, there is not a complete understanding by the public of that impact on the waterfront. And they often think that it's just people that hate the airport. Many of us fly out of the airport. It's works, but whether or not it would work at 5 times the volume, and as you pointed out with your map, how far into the lake the runway has to go is a whole other matter. There's also federal issues around water, marine life, and everything else that haven't been looked at. So I do hope that we're campaigning as strongly with the federal representatives and getting them to be very exacting in what they're prepared to do or not prepared to do around this file.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow.
So I appreciate the words of my colleague, and thank you, Councillor Fletcher, for I've seen you do community meetings as well, and you're doing something that the provincial government never did, which is to ask residents their thoughts. The letter that I put before you is focusing on the impacts on housing supply and our ability to provide both a new neighborhood in the Portlands, but also affordable housing projects that may not be viable without the ability to build the buildings that we would propose on those sites. The performance may not work. The reality is we don't know what we can do if there is a flight path that needs to be safe to accommodate jets over a new neighborhood. And one might ask, well, why is it our responsibility to find out? Well, we have a premier who unilaterally announced that he wants to remove our locally elected government from a binding tripartite agreement between three governments. That's not what partners do. He announced that he saw some poll that it's all going to be about economic development, but he never actually spelled out what that economic development opportunity might be. So we don't know what that is. What we do know is that there is an economic development opportunity cost by not providing the housing supply and the construction that could happen in the new neighborhood in the Portlands. We know we're in the midst of a housing crisis, and we know that's an area where the city can grow. So I believe that we have a responsibility to put facts on the table where the provincial government has not provided any. If Doug Ford is not going to do his due diligence, and as Councillor Fletcher rightly pointed out, there's much more to this story. You know, what about the traffic downtown that already is unacceptable? What about the enormous blast wall that will most likely have to be built in our lake? What about the massive runway expansion that would cost hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars at a time when there is a dearth of funds for so many other priorities? It's another one of these things, sort of like his $1 trillion tunnel under the 401, where it's sort of announced, but then it's clear that there hasn't been any thought put into it. And the announcement was made at an alarmingly quick rate. Like Doug Ford, I think, suggested that he'd like to have jets on the island, and then all of a sudden announced that it's going to happen and Toronto's out of the tripartite agreement and we're moving forward. And I just don't understand how any responsible leader could make such a big announcement with such enormous impacts and such huge consequences without doing even the basic amount of research and due diligence to understand what the consequences might be. And I agree that there are some people who don't want the airport there at all. There are some people who love the airport. But a lot of people, I think, in Toronto like the fact that it's a small regional airport. And the fact that now we have so many transit lines, including the UP Express and Line 5, that will get us over to Pearson. There hasn't even been a reasonable argument to suggest why Torontonians would benefit from having a more Pearson-like airport on their waterfront. There are also concerns that have been raised about when there are housing projects being proposed in the Portlands, how will it even affect the ability to draw people to a neighborhood that all of a sudden has more air pollution, more noise pollution right above it and around it? These are the things that we need to consider. So I look forward to receiving the facts from staff. Our professional staff will come forward with real information for the public and all of us to review. This is information that we can share with both the provincial government and our federal counterparts. And ultimately, whatever the future of the island airport and the waterfront might be, let it be done based on due diligence, based on responsible fact gathering, and really understanding the consequences of big decisions, along with the costs to our quality of life, our finances, traffic, and beyond, and housing supply, rather than just having a premier announce that he's going to boot Toronto out of a tripartite agreement, take our land, and do something for somebody, but maybe not the people of Ontario.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to the item? Nope, seeing none on the item. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. That completes our work. Thank you very much for everyone who participated and supported the meeting today.